Learning to make a complete character that looks good and can be animated in Blender can be a daunting task, especially if you're new to 3D modeling, texturing, and rigging. This series shows how to do just that while introducing you to the ins and outs of Blender. This video covers how to make the head. It's an update to the first video in the complete character tutorial series, but it has some new tips and tricks as well as being brought up to Blender 3.5. The rest of the series, starting with tutorial number 2, covers making the body, the hair, rigging, and everything else you need to know to make a complete character ready for action. So go and scour the web or wherever you find inspiration and figure out what you want to make. Or you can use some other artist's work, but be sure to ask permission first. For our example, we will have a woman with a graceful, composed look, a white dress with flowers, and the fiery reds and oranges of autumn. Once you know what you want to make, you'll need reference images and a template to model from. The template will be used to make the overall shape, and you want a nice front and side view of the character, maybe a back view too. Whether you're drawing the template or finding images to use, try and get them to have a flat look, especially at the face. In photography terms, it would be pictures taken with a long lens. In the example below, you can see the left side has much more distortion in the face, whereas the right side, which is more like a long lens, is very flat. The reason flat images are good is because we will do a lot of work in orthographic view. Also try and get the facial features from the front and side views to align. You can use Photoshop or GIMP to edit your images so they line up better, but I've never seen both views align perfectly. When you're happy with your images, center them in a square image. Be sure to crop the image as close to the top and bottom of the character as possible. The second thing you'll need is reference images for all the facial features like the eyes, nose, and mouth, and should be in multiple angles. You should end up with a set of images something like this, but I'll make these available for free if you want to use it. Okay, now that we have our reference images all sorted, let's set up Blender. I have one custom key binding, so here's how to change it so you can follow along with me. Go to Edit Preferences, this is optional by the way, and go to Key Mat here. And then if you click on key bindings here and click here and type Shift Z, this will show, so Shift Z is the key bindings I want to use for something else. So I need to make sure it's clear. If it's taken like it is here, I'm going to hit X to delete that key binding. So now it's no longer doing that, whatever it was doing. And that's how you can delete key bindings. And then to set your own key bindings, you can set a key binding to almost anything. I'm going to set it to wireframe, so this toggles the overlays, but within the overlays, there is a wireframe overlay. So I want to turn this on and off all day long. So I'm going to right click this here, assign shortcut, and then type in Shift Z. So I have now set a custom key binding for wireframe. And so now you can see it turns on and off. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because I'll have a little key binding, key map here that shows you the commands I'm hitting. And so if you see Shift Z and it turns the wireframes on and off and it's not doing it when you try it, that's why. It's because I have a custom key binding there. Okay, so that's that. And you can set custom key bindings to almost anything. You can do this here and assign shortcut. So it's a nice thing to know. There are a few add-ons that I use a lot also that you will need for this tutorial. This is not optional. So go to Edit and Preferences, and then go to Add-ons right here, and then type in, the first one is called F2. So type in F2, and then make sure this is turned on like it is. The next is Node Wrangler. Type in Node, and make sure Node Wrangler is turned on. The next one is Mesh Tools. So type in Mesh and turn on Add Mesh Extra Objects. And then the last one is Loop Tools. So make sure the Mesh Loop Tools is turned on. So those are the add-ons that I'm going to be using for this tutorial, this whole series. So make sure you've got these turned on. Okay, some basics on movement. So if you middle mouse and drag in the 3D viewport, it rotates. If you hold Shift and middle mouse drag, it pans. And if you hold Control and middle mouse, it zooms. Or you can scroll the mouse wheel to zoom. You can also left click in this little gizmo up here and you can rotate it. If you click one of these little letters like X, you'll snap to that view. If you click X again, it'll flip it to the other side. Z, other Z, and so forth. So that's that. You can click this plus to zoom in, zoom out, and the hand, click and drag to move it around. If you click the camera, it'll snap to whatever the current camera is. If you middle mouse and drag, you'll leave that camera view. And then this one here is perspective, on and off. These affect the way you move things. Just leave these for now, so make sure these are grayed out so they're not active. Make sure this is on bounding box center, which is this little square with the dot in the middle, and make sure this is set to global. We'll dive into that later. We'll use this file to show the render modes. So in the 3D viewport, you can have wireframe mode, you can have solid shade, this is the shaded mode, and this one here is the render mode. But for our work at this point, let's just stick to solid. If you have your mouse in the 3D viewport and hit N like Nancy, you will see these panels pop out here, these tool panels. And so you'll have item, tool, and view. I have more add-ons, so you won't have these tabs, but you'll have these three. And these have basic tools for various things about Blender. Right now, this view just talks about the basic view for Blender. If you grab this here and click item, it'll have some information like location, rotation, scale. You can move this and change that. If you hit tab, go to edit mode, then this changes function. So then it changes just part of it. So I'll explain all those later, but just know that there are various tools under the N panel. Let's talk about the outliner here. So this is the outliner panel, and this is basically a folder structure for everything in your scene. Instead of a folder, they call it a collection. So this is the collection we have right now. And within that collection, we have the camera, cube, and light. And you can see if you click things in the collection, it selects it in the 3D viewport. Similarly, you can select it in the 3D viewport and it highlights it here. So there's two different ways of selecting things. Depending on what you're doing, it might be easier to use the outliner or the 3D viewport. The outliner has a nice search feature, so you can just type for something like the camera. So CAM, you can see the camera's there and you can click it there and highlight it. So if you have thousands of things, you can type to search for things. That's kind of useful. And there are toggles for these collections or the items within collections. So by default, you have this visible and the renderable. So if you turn off the eye, you can no longer see it. That's the whole collection. If you turn off the eye for the camera, then you can't see the eye for the camera. And renderable is when you hit the render button, F12, if this is turned on, it will render that object. If it's turned off, like if you turn off the light, it'll render with no lights. Since we're here, let's set this up. So let's click on filters and click on selectable. So this allows us to lock things. So say we like the cube, we don't want to change it, we can click this and we can no longer select the cube. Let's turn that off. Let's talk about the properties panel. So the properties panel, if you have something selected, you can see the options change. And so there'll be various options for whatever you have selected. So for the cube here, for a mesh, you'll have a material, you'll have object data properties, a bunch of settings here. There's nothing on this, so it's pretty blank right now. This is for physics, it's more physics. These are for particles. This is for modifiers. You can choose all these modifiers. And this is for the object data properties. So there's different options for this cube here. And then for the camera, you can see there's different settings. So we'll go into that later, but there's lots of settings for objects. There's also global settings. So this is for your file. Right here, this is for your render properties. So right now, our renderer is set to Eevee. Let's set that to Cycles, because that's what I use. Eevee is more of a real-time rendering engine, and Cycles is for super glossy but slow renderings. I usually use Cycles. Here, this is for your rendering. It's another rendering setting. So this is like your size, and if you're doing animations, how many frames. So there's a whole bunch of, there's like lots and lots and lots of settings, but just know that this is where you'll go to set any kind of settings for whatever you have selected or for your scene. So Blender lets you customize your interface however you want to. So if you mouse to a corner of any window, you'll get a plus. If you left click and drag, you can make a new window. And then within that window, you can change the mode. So right now, this is in 3D viewport, which is this little grid with a little ball. And you can go, and there's a whole bunch, but you can go and say choose outliner, which we have over here. And now we have an outliner. Or you can change it again to properties like that. And now you have properties. You can get rid of this if you want to. So you can mouse over to a window next to it, left click and drag, and you'll see it does this little dark and light thing, and then you can get rid of it. So it offers lots of flexibility to get the perfect set of windows for whatever task you're doing. In the top left is your tools palette. If you hit the letter T, it'll disappear or come back. I honestly don't ever use this. I don't even know how to use it. I know this is move, rotate, and scale, but it's much easier to use your keyboard. So if you click an object and hit R, it rotates. If you hit S, it scales. And if you hit G, it moves. Why is it G? I don't know. You can constrain how you move things also. So if you hit, let's see, so note the X, Y, and Z direction here. If you hit G and X, you move it along the X-axis, and you can see that red line got brighter to show you where you're moving along. If you hit Y, then you go this way along the Y-axis, and Z is along the Z. Same thing for rotation. R is just free rotating, and RX rotates around the X. RY rotates around the Y, and Z rotates around the Z. And same thing for scale. Scale, X, Y, Z. You can also numerically move things. So grab the cube, hit G to move it, and then hit move in the X to go that way. If you look in the top left, you'll see a number. You'll see a number right there. So say like this is around 3 meters. So you can type in -3, and now it's exactly 3 meters offset along the -x. Same thing for rotating. RX, you can say 45, and it rotates it on a 45. I forgot to mention that there is a different rotation mode. So if you hit R once, it's just that free mode based on your view. If you hit R twice, it moves it like a trackball. So this is very useful, so keep that in mind too. And then if you want to reset anything, you can hit Alt, G, R, and S, and it resets the movement, rotation, and scale to the default for whatever you have selected. There are also several workspaces. So we were in layout. There is modeling, which has different tools, sculpting, UV editing, texture paint, shading, animation, rendering, and so forth. And each different layout has a different set of tools readily available. So that way it makes it easier for you to do whatever task you're doing. Again, you can customize all these windows to however you want to function, but they kind of preset it for you. For now, let's just stick to the modeling workspace. If you click on the modeling workspace and see these little yellow dots, it's because it defaults you into edit mode. Just hit Tab And you're back in object mode, and I'll explain all of that later. It is time to place our beautiful template in Blender. But before we do that, let's make sure we have the correct scale. So if you look at this floor grid here, 1 square is 1 meter squared, and that's going to work fine for us. So let's delete this cube. You can select the cube here with left clicked, and then hit X and delete to delete things. It's kind of weird, but that's what it is. We're going to place a cube for a scale reference for our template, but before we do that, let's talk about the 3D cursor. When you place an object, it defaults to wherever the 3D cursor is, and that 3D cursor is this red and white circle. If you don't see the red and white circle, you can try and toggle overlays, and if this is on, it's blue, and you still don't see it, you can click this down caret and go to 3D cursor and turn it on there. The 3D cursor is a very powerful tool, but it's a little bit strange and it'll be hard to hold on to it in your head, but just kind of keep coming back to it as you're using Blender, and eventually you'll get used to it, and it'll make your life a lot easier. So let's just walk through the basics. If you hold Shift and right click, the cursor will snap to wherever you can see and click. It'll also snap onto objects. So let's get a thing here. So it's Shift A. Shift A is your add menu, Shift A. And then you can add any of these things here. Let's add a mesh and find the cube. Okay, so there's a cube. So if you Shift right click on the cube, you can see the cursor snaps to the cube. So basically, anything you can see and click on, that's where you can put the 3D cursor. There is a snap menu that has some commands for the 3D cursor. So if you hit Shift S and type in 1 or choose this here, it'll snap the cursor to the world origin. That's useful. If you have something selected, you can hit Shift S and 2 or pick this here, and it'll snap the cursor to whatever you have selected. It'll snap it to the origin of whatever you have selected. So by default, the origin for this cube is in the middle of the cube. It's this little orange dot. Again, you can toggle it here. And if you don't see it, make sure you go here and you can toggle it on and off. So Shift S and 2 snaps the cursor to the origin for whatever you have selected. Another interesting thing is, let's put our cursor back to the world 0, Shift S and 1. Let's select this object so we can snap the center of this object, the origin, to the 3D cursor. So you can type in Shift S and 8 or Shift S and choose this, and it snaps to that 3D cursor. Okay, had enough of the 3D cursor? Well, we're not done just yet. So if you Shift and right click and move that 3D cursor. So you can use a 3D cursor as a pivot point to do certain operations. So if you'll remember, when we rotate, if you hit R, it rotates whatever you have selected around the center of that object. That is because we have bounding box center chosen as a transform pivot mode. So if you mouse over here, you can see transform pivot point, bounding box center. If you click that and choose 3D cursor, what do you think is going to happen? Right, it's going to transform around the 3D cursor. So again, it's weird, but it's going to be very powerful and works for scale also. So if you scale, it'll scale towards the 3D cursor. So that's the basics of how that 3D cursor works. Okay, so let's again grab this, X and delete, and then Shift S for our snap menu and hit 1 or choose this and put that back to the center. And we're putting this back here because that's where we want to snap our cube that we're going to use for scale. Blender has a feature that allows you to modify the last command you did, and so we're going to use that to create a cube and modify the size of the cube to be the height of the character we want to create. So let's go and hit Shift A, like that, go to cube. And you can see down here, this little add cube popped up. And that's how you can modify this cube. If you click off and click your cube again, it's gone. So it only works right after you do something. So Shift A, Mesh and Cube, and then it has options for size, location, rotation. So let's make the height of our character 63.7 inches. I just Googled the height of an average woman, 63.7 inches. Okay, but the cube is not standing on the ground. So let's change this Z location. You can see you can change that. Let's change this to half of that, which is 31.8 inches. Okay, so now we have our cube standing on the ground. So a very important aspect of Blender is keeping everything perfectly zeroed out or perfectly symmetrical or just perfectly placed. It just makes everything work better. And so let's talk a bit about how to do that. So if you select your cube and hit N for Nancy and click on item, you can see the scale is at 1 because when we set the size of this cube, that became the default for this cube's size. So the scale is at 1, even though the height of it is 1.62 meters. Same thing for rotation, it's not rotated, but the location is not zeroed out. It's at 0.8 something. By this not being zeroed out to 000, when you're rigging or doing other kinds of things, it can kind of mess things up. So it's good to have this at 0. If we set this to 0, it moves the cube back down, and we don't want that. So let's zero out this cube so that way it's all at 0 over here, but it stays there. And you can do this by hitting Control A and location. Apply applies the information for this object to be default. So if you hit Control A and hit location, you can see this now zeroed out. So this is at 000, even though this cube has not moved. And so why that's nice is if you move this by accident, if you hit Alt G, it snaps it back to 0. So G is for move, Alt G snaps it back. If this rotation or scale was not set correctly, if it was all like at some different funny angles, and you want that to be your default, you would hit Control A and do rotation and scale, or you can do all transforms. However, we don't want that because that's kind of, weird. So let's grab this and let's reset to default. You can hit Alt GRS. So remember that Alt GRS, you'll be hitting it all day long. Okay, let's finally add our image plane, our templates. So let's go to the front view, which is -y. So go to this sphere here, hit -y. Make sure the green dot's in the middle and it says -y. Let's add an image plane that's the exact size of this front of the cube here. And we can use our 3D cursor to do that. So you remember, let's move this. If we grab our object and hit Shift S and 2, it snaps, but it snaps to where the origin for the object is, which is on the floor, and we don't want that. But there is a way to snap a 3D cursor to part of an object. And to do that, we need to go into edit mode. So if you hit Tab, like that, you go into edit mode. You can see up here that switched to say edit mode. If you hit Tab again, it goes out, or you can manually do it like that. Okay, so that's edit mode. And edit mode has different ways of modifying parts of the mesh geometry. There is a point mode, edge mode, and face mode. So if you click point, you can see these little dots appear. So you can grab one and hit G, and it moves points. Edge, we'll select edges. You can click it. Let's do this when you can see it better. And you can move an edge. Or face, and you can move a whole face. Okay, so we want to grab a face, and then hit Shift S and 2, and it snaps the 3D cursor to that face that we had selected. Okay, let's hit Tab to get out, go and hit -X to go to the front view. So now we have our 3D cursor in the middle of that face. Let's make our cube invisible. So let's grab this here, go to Object Properties, go to Visibility, Viewport Display, and change this to Wire. This will make it easier to add our template. And then let's hit Shift A, choose Image, and choose Reference. Let's navigate to where you saved your template. Pick the front one and click Load. So there's no way to precisely scale this. You just have to eyeball it. Templates move weird. You can't just click it. You have to mouse over the edge like that until it turns yellow. Then while it's yellow, hit S to scale and scale it down. Scroll in to scale in closer, and then mouse over the edge, hit S, and get that to be as close as you can. Doesn't have to be super close. Okay, so that is the front template placed. Let's actually move this further back. So when we model our character, it'll be behind our character. So let's mouse over like that and hit GY and pull that back like that. It's a little bright, so let's make it darker. So let's click on the image here, and then let's choose the opacity and lower this down kind of like that. Let's also change it so you can't see it from this side. So just play around with this thing here. So yeah, that's it. So that is our front placed. Let's add our side template in here. So let's hit this X to go to side view. Let's move our 3D cursor to the middle of this cube. So let's grab that. Hit Tab to go to edit mode. I forgot their hotkeys for vertex, edge, and face. 1, 2, and 3. So let's hit 3. And then click this here. Shift S and 2, or this one here. Okay. And let's go Tab to exit. Shift A to add. Let's choose Image and Reference. Let's navigate to where our image was saved and choose that one. Scroll out a bit, click that, and scale it in. That's good enough there. Scale back out. I want this actually on the other side. GX like that. And I want to rotate this to face the other direction. But right now we are in transform around 3D cursor. So it'll transform around that. We don't want that. We want to go around bounding box center. Okay, and you can see this reference image's center is right there. So mouse over, hit R, hit Z, and then type in 180 and hit enter. Okay, that's facing the right way. Let's change the opacity to like 0.3. And let's mess with this front back until it's only visible from this side. Okay, so that is placed. Let's move this back a bit. GY. Let's organize things a little bit. So I can select that there. It highlights here. Double click and type in template front side. You can add new collections. So if you click this overall collection here, right click and do a new collection. Create a new one, double click that. Let's call this templates. And grab these two here, hit M to move. So there's two ways you can move this. You can grab these and drag it in, which works sometimes but not always. So if that doesn't work, you can select them, hit M for move, and then you can pick the collection that you want to put it in. Templates. I don't know why dragging doesn't always work, but it doesn't always work. So if it doesn't, hit M to move. And make sure your mouse is over this outliner. Okay. And then somehow we didn't turn that on, so let's turn that back on. This is the lockout. And let's lock that out so you can't pick them, so you can't mess it up by accident. Let's get rid of this cube and put the cursor back, Shift S and 1. Getting a nice topology is the foundation of good modeling. Your character will bend better when animating, and it will be easier and more time efficient to model and edit. Ideally, your character is made up of all quads or four-sided shapes, like this cube here. They all line up evenly, vertically and horizontally, or in the V direction and U direction. That doesn't always work for complex shapes like a character. We can try to, but where it's not possible, we can just kind of merge the quad parts with stuff in between. That stuff in between is called a 5-pole, which we have one right here. You can see there are 5 lines coming from this center point or the center pole. And this still bends fairly well, and it's still all made of quads. You can use a 3-pole here like this. You can see it's got 3 lines. This one doesn't bend very well, so it should really only be used in places where it's not going to bend or if it's kind of off to the side somewhere. And then there are triangles. So you really don't want to use these, but if you do use them, make sure you put them in an out of sight place. Sometimes they're actually useful, and I've used them under the hair, in the ears, inside the eye sockets, or below the feet. In this example here, let's grab this and hit tab to go to edit mode. So in this example, you will see it's mostly quads over the whole thing. I do have 5 poles. There's one here, there's one there, there's one over here. 5 poles bend okay, so it's all right to have these in the front of the face. Here there's a 3-pole. This does not bend well, but it's in an area that doesn't bend and it's kind of off to the side, so that's okay. And then here we have a triangle. This is probably still too visible, so not a good idea. But I'll just leave triangles inside the ears quite a bit because you don't look inside ears. It's usually covered by hair and it's not a big deal. This is a perfect example of what not to do. This is a 5-sided, and so you don't want to have something like this. So don't do that. There are certain construction methods that have been tried and proven to work well. So let's just show you some of these while we're here. So one of them is it's good to have loops around the eyes and the mouth. That's something that you need to always do. This is also something that works very well. It's this kind of a mask shape that goes around the eyes. So definitely do that. And then another loop going around the nose and the mouth. This one changes form sometimes. This is kind of how I do it, but this one is a good thing to do also. And then I like to have a loop going around the whole face too. So we'll do all of that when we go through this tutorial. Let's create a new collection. So let's go to the main collection here, right click, new collection, call this body, and make sure you have this highlighted. So we're putting things into there. Let's hit Shift A and go to Mesh and go to Round Cube. If you don't see Round Cube, make sure you install the add-ons from the beginning of the tutorial. Okay, so this is here. If you don't see this, open that, go to here, type in 1, and make sure arc is set to 4. Okay, just like that. And then click off and it locks it. If you click off and nothing happens, it's because the last collection you selected was in templates, and you'll remember we locked out templates. So anything that you click inside there is frozen. So make sure you have body selected, or you last select body, and it'll put things into there. Okay, let's call this head, and let's delete half of this head. So to do that, we need to go into edit mode. So hit tab to go to edit mode, and then hit 3 to go to face mode, which it already is in face mode. Let's go to front view and drag to select half of this. Now there's a weirdness about how select works. You can see it only selected the front half. That's because we're in solid mode. If you hit Alt Z, it goes into X-ray mode. You can see it, you can see through it, and it has these little dots on each face. So now, If you go to the front view, drag across, now you can see you've selected through the object. So keep that in mind if you want to select what's in front and behind. Now hit X and X for delete, and then choose faces. And we have half a sphere. Let's hit Alt Z to go to solid mode again. Okay. Now we're going to do a modifier, our first modifier. So let's go and hit Tab to go to object mode. Okay, click this wrench here. So remember when I was talking about everything being zeroed out. So with modifiers, sometimes if the object is not zeroed out, it can screw things up. So just make sure everything is zeroed out, which it is. So that's good. Okay, so grab this object, click the wrench, click Add Modifier, and click on Mirror. And it mirrors over. If it's not working right, make sure it's set to the X-axis and turn on Clipping and Merge. So these two turned on. When the two edges get close enough to touching each other, they snap together and make a watertight model. And because this is perfectly aligned, it just automatically snaps together. I mean, it's automatically merged. Okay. When you're working with the mirror modifier, sometimes weird things happen. So if it does, turn off your mirror and make sure there's no geometry on the inside of your open edge. Let's hit Shift Z so we can see the wireframes better. So you can see there's nothing here. Everything should be good. But let me give you an example of what happens if there is geometry there. So let's grab this, hit Tab to go to edit mode, hit 2 to go to edge mode, and let's click an edge, shift click the edge, and hit F to join those two. If that doesn't work, make sure you install the add-ons from the beginning of the tutorial. Hit Tab to go out, go, and re-add our mirror. So you can see there's funky geometry there, but when the mirrors turn on, you can't see it. But what will happen quite frequently is you'll be using the loop cut tool. So let's go and hit Tab to go to edit mode and click off in space. Hit Control R for loop cut. And you can see if you mouse over one of these edges, it'll show a yellow line for where it's going to cut. So if you click it and then hit Escape, you can see it creates a loop cut for half of it. That's in yellow, but it mirrors it to the other half. And it goes around in a circle and it makes sense. But what will happen when things go weird is you'll hit Control R and some mess like this happens. Okay, and it's like, why in the world is that happening? And that's because we have geometry on the inside. So if weird things happen, turn off your mirror, make sure nothing's there. Let's Control Z this a few times. Edit mode, face mode, click that, X faces, tab, and back. Let's just check it. Okay, and escape out of there, and tab. Okay, let's move this sphere so we can roughly make it the size of our character's head. But I want to show you an interesting thing about Blender. If you move things in object mode, we're in object mode, and you hit G, the origin, this little orange dot, moves along with the object. If you go into edit mode and hit A to select all, and hit G and Z, you can see the mesh or the object moves, but the origin stays where it is. So this is important because we want to always have, let's go back into object mode. We want to have this always zeroed out. So if you're moving things around in edit mode, it's always zeroed out. And sometimes you want to do this, sometimes you won't, but that's something to keep in mind. Another interesting thing is that when you move things in edit mode, if you have something like a mirror that depends or it works in relation to this origin, if you go to edit mode and hit G, you can see the mirror doesn't work like it did when we were in object mode because this mesh is moving, this orange mesh here is moving to the right in relation to that orange origin point. And so that messes with how this mirror works. Sometimes you want to move in object mode and sometimes in edit mode. And I just noticed I had clipping turned off, so let's turn that back on. And let's go to front view and go to X-ray mode and GZ. And I want to scale this down. So let's hit scale. So this is interesting too. You see when I scale, it's using bounding box center. And even though this looks like a sphere, it's not. This is actually half a sphere. So the center of this is right here. And so we don't want that. So what we can do to make things easier for us to scale right to this middle point is we can go to edge mode by hitting 2, then click off in space to unselect, then alt click to select this whole edge. So you can select whole edges like that. So alt click to select that whole edge. And the middle of this circle is basically where we want that 3D cursor to be. So shift S and 2, and it snaps it to the middle there. Now hit A to select all, and change this to transform around 3D cursor. And if you hit S to scale, you can see it scales towards that 3D cursor. And with this mirror on, that is how we want to scale this. Like that. And GZ like that. X here. And GZ a bit more. Trying to get this line kind of to be in the middle of her face. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. Let's go and center this template. So I will quickly fix this template. Okay, let's edit this shape using proportional editing. So we'll go to edit mode and hit 1 for vertex mode. So when you grab a vertex or a face or anything in edit mode and hit G, it moves one thing. It's doing both sides because it's a mirror, but it moves one point, okay? If you turn on proportional editing, it's kind of this soft movement. So if you turn that on and hit G, you can see it moves, it looks like everything. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's moving everything that's kind of near that one point. And if you look up here to this proportional size, right here, it says 1 meter, okay? If you move this around here and scroll the mouse wheel up, you'll see that 1 meter number gets smaller. And so you can see on the screen, there's that big circle that gets smaller and smaller. So that shows you the size of the influence from that one vertex we have selected. So this is a nice way to softly move things. Okay, so let's do that. Let's grab a few points here. We are in X-ray mode, so if we select from the front, we also select what's in back. That's important. So let's grab some of that, and let's GX and pull this in some. I'm going to try and get this jaw to line up there. And let's get this to go in. But I just want to get the very edge, so I'm going to scroll up. So it gets just the top there. Maybe do that a bit and do that a bit. Let's maybe pull this out some. Okay, something like that. Check the side. GX, oops, that's not working. Y, okay, that does work. Let's just move this in so it roughly follows the head. We don't need to follow it too close, but we're just roughly shaping it to match the head size. Okay, something like that. When you're working in orthographic view like this, it's a good idea to check in perspective to see how it looks. Alt-Z to go to solid mode. So you can see this looks like just, yeah, I don't know what this is. It looks weird. But we can edit this some more to get it closer to our head shape. But let's do this in sculpt mode. That's another good way to shape your mesh. Let's go to edit and sculpt mode. So sculpt mode has different tools over here. And so I find it's good to just smooth this whole thing out. So let's click the smooth tool, and the tools have a basic working paradigm, I guess you can call it. So I have smooth selected. If you hit F, it changes how big the tool affects, and escape to drop that. If you hit Shift F, you get this funny curve here. This tells you how strong it's going to affect whatever you're doing. So let's set this to around like 0.5. Or you can go here and type in 0.15. So now, and this is radius also, so you can change radius with numbers, or you can hit F to change it. So I'm going to just smooth out a bit, just to even things out. And then let's shape this again to get it to look good. So another good tool to use is the elastic deform tool. Let's lower this to 0.2. It works by getting this yellow dot to snap to one of the points on your mesh. So it does it automatically. Then click and drag. I can hit F to make it smaller so it doesn't affect as much, and just roughly get that in shape. I think we'll go to X-ray mode. Let's check the front. Okay, let's pull that out. So just roughly shape this to be close to the head. Okay, something like that. Ooh, the head got really pointy. With any tool selected, if you hold Shift, it goes to the smooth tool. So I'm holding Shift now just to smooth that back down a bit. And then let go so you can go back to the elastic tool. Okay, let's see here. Let's go to front view, go to X-ray. Okay, that's lined up pretty good. And that's lined up pretty good. Let's go to object mode and turn off X-ray. So let's look at our loops a bit here, our edge flow. So let's get a loop that runs down the side of the face, and then goes down the bottom of the jaw. So let's see, Alt Z to go to X-ray. Let's go to Tab to go to edit mode, and then hit 3 to go to face mode, and Alt click to grab these loops here. So right now it comes and runs down the bottom of the head. Let's get it so it comes down and then goes forwards towards the front of the chin. So to do that, let's grab these faces here. Let's toggle to solid and hit E to extrude. So E, you can extrude faces on polygons. Works like that. Let's go back to the side view here and re-grab these. Just make sure you get them all. And then let's go to X-ray, go to bounding box center, and then scale it and rotate it. Let's just line up those with the chin here, like that. And you can see now we have the edge flow starting to do what we want. So let's move some of these back. So I'm going to hit 2, and then I'm trying to Alt click this and it's not working. Okay, so here's a good example. So I had shown you how you can grab this and hit E to extrude. Remember that one? I did that. And then I hit escape to cancel it. I must have done something wrong because it's not working. Oh, let me show you it's not working. Because when I'm in edit mode and in edge mode and you Alt click an edge, it should select the row of loops. Well, if you select here, you can see it's not doing the whole row. It should do that, but we're getting that instead. So that's a tell that lets you know that something is not good. So one easy way to just fix things is you can go to point mode, go to X-ray mode, and just grab everything. And you can merge. So you hit M to merge and go by distance. Okay, so you can see 16 vertices were merged. Now let's try it again. Yeah, okay, so now it is working like it should be working. Let's go to X-ray mode and let's continue with shaping this. Let's get this row here to kind of follow right in front of the ear. Let's grab these things here and just move. Here's another thing that I do quite frequently. So if you have some points or vertices selected, and if you hit G once, you can see it moves like that. If you double hit G, you can see it'll slide the vertices along an edge. So this is a nice way to a different way to move points. So you can see how this has this big dip in the side. Let's do this. Okay, so you can see it has this big crater. If you double hit G and go up and double hit G and go back, you can see it's a kind of a different way of flattening things out. So let's keep shaping this here. So again, trying to get this edge flow here going along the bottom of the chin. So let's do that some more. And let's check it. Okay, it looks pretty funny here. So let's move some of these things in here. So here I'm going to use the G and X. So you can just move things. Double hit G to slide these along the verts. Maybe go to sculpt mode and hold shift and just smooth things out a bit. Note that when you're smoothing things, it's usually collapsing the shape, so sometimes it doesn't work so good. So you can smooth some things and then pull them back out again. Right now I have elastic selected, so you can just kind of pull things around. Okay. Okay, let's work in front mode here. Let's go to edit mode and let's edit the front of the jawline. But the problem we have here is you can see through this whole head, so you can see all the geometry in the back of the head and the front of the head. And so that's not going to work. But I still want to see, you can make it solid, but then you can't see the sketch. I want to hide the geometry on the back of the head. And so you can do that pretty easily if you go to face mode and just select the faces that you want to hide. Click over here, and then shift drag, and shift drag, and shift drag, and shift click to grab the faces on the back half of the head. And then hit H to hide. Then after we're done editing, you can hit Alt H to bring it back. So that's a good way to temporarily hide some faces. Alt H is kind of one of those things that you can try. For example, if you're working on a rig and you can't find a bone that should be there, try Alt H. Or if you're looking for an accessory like a piece of hair that you made and you can't find it, try Alt H. So sometimes you hide things by accident because the letter H is right next to the letter G, and you hit G to move things, and so you're constantly hitting H by accident and hiding things, and it's really annoying. So Alt H is one of those good things to try when you just can't find something. So let's shape our jawline a bit. And let's go to side view and edit the jaw a bit here. So it's Alt H to bring the rest back. And let's just move some of these around. Okay, let's check perspective view. And the forehead's caving in here a bit, so let's just grab this. You can hit Alt S to scale things normal. You can see it goes in and out. That's kind of a nice way to just inflate some surfaces. Okay, I think it's pretty good. This face here is a little bit skewed. You want to have these faces as square-like as possible. So let's just try and make this less stretched. And let's check front view too, and do GX to pull that in. GX. I'm just trying to roughly match the sketch line here. Looks pretty good. We'll fix this little corner later. Okay. I think that's good for now. Let's start with the eyes. Grab the head, tab 3, and grab these 6 faces here. Now we will use inset. So hit I and do that, and then hit B to change this to a boundary inset. And if the boundary did not work, that's because you have hidden geometry or doubled points. So make sure you do either of those fixes I talked about earlier. Let's click off and alt click. And so you can see we have a loop that runs around the eye in a mask area. And so this is what we need to create a good foundation for our eyes. Now that we've built that foundational loop right here, let's go and shape it to be closer. So I'm going to again hide the back of this character. Hit 1 for point mode, and let's just go and shape these. I'm going to hit double G for a bit here, just to pull things along the vertices. Double G works in edge mode too, so I just hit 2 for edge mode. Gonna grab that, pull it up, and this, and pull it down. So I'm kind of making that socket like around the eyeball. Let's pull that in. Let's check front view here. 1 for point mode, and let's keep hitting double G. Let's actually pull some of these back. Make sure proportional editing is turned on, and hit GY and scroll the wheel. So I'm going to pull this back so it matches the bridge of the nose, but obviously we're skipping the tip of the nose. Let's pull this a bit back too, and double hit G to try and use your feelings and intuition to get this to feel like it's matching the sketch. Obviously the sketch is 2D. You're working in 3D, but this is where the artistry comes through. Okay, I think that's looking pretty good. Let's check the side view really quick here. Okay. Let's also change the view. So let's set this to like 200. There's less distortion, so this should make it a little bit easier to model. Let's add a couple of spheres in there to use as eyeballs, so we can model our face around that. But I want to show you something that's just a weird thing about Blender. If you're in edit mode and you add geometry, it adds it to the current object you're on. If you're in object mode and you add geometry, it's a completely separate object. So let me show you that really quickly. We'll shift right click here to drop a sphere there, then shift A to add. Let's click UV sphere, and let's use this little option here to scale it down. Okay, and now let's exit edit mode with tab. If you see here on the outliner, if you click head, you can see it selects the head and the eye mesh. It's because we added that mesh while we were in edit mode, and so it's all considered one object. This kind of screws me up here and there, that's why I'm showing you. So let's go and delete that, get back out. Now we're in object mode, and let's shift A again and do UV sphere, and then let's see, 32, let's do 24 and 12. So now you can see it added a separate object called this eye. If you look at this mesh here, you can see these rings make it look like an eyeball. So let's rotate that so it's facing forward. So let's go over here and we need to rotate it 9 degrees. So you can hit R and 90 to rotate it. So let's just move it a little bit and then type in 90. Okay, there we go. Let's also freeze. Let's see here. So you can see now that we've rotated this, you can see that it saved the rotational data. So let's freeze it again. So it's so this becomes the default rotation. So Control A and rotation, and now that is zeroed out. Okay, so let's just line this eye up here. Scale down a bit here and just get that in place. Let's check the front view here. Oops. So the sketch is pretty loosey-goosey, but let's just try and get the geometry for the eye to kind of match that sketch a bit. Side view here, that's pretty good. Let's check it in perspective here. Let's see, it might be a bit big. Perspective. Okay, that's obviously not good. The reason why this probably happened was this sketch here that I made. I tried to make it a very flat, almost an orthographic view, but just the way people, myself included, naturally draw, you just try and draw it to look good, and looking good means it's probably in perspective. By matching the this eyeball mesh we made to the sketch eye, it's probably not in the right place. Probably too far out. Let's pull this in just a touch. And it's probably still sticking out. And we'll probably have to shape this head a bit to match. But let's go and mirror the eye over. So let's go and add modifier. Let's go and mirror this. So this is going to mirror it based on this object's origin. But if you click mirror object, you can pick another object's origin. So let's click this here, and now it mirrors to match the head perfectly. And so now let's sculpt the head to match that eyeball a bit more. Let's go to edit mode, edge mode with 2. Grab this here. Yeah, this side looks a little bit too flat. So let's Alt S to pop that out. And then let's do the same thing with these. Maybe like that and like that. And I'm thinking here we're going to add more geometry to make up the skin around the eye and the eyelid, and I think that's still sticking out too much. So let's go and sculpt this a bit. So it's kind of an iterative process. You kind of add some geometry or add some loops or some things, and then you go and sculpt it a bit to get things in place, and then or edit it to make it in place. So it's kind of this back and forth process that just kind of happens because it's so low poly. It's kind of distracting, actually. It's so distracting, I can't work with it. So you can cut faces with the K key. So I went back into edit mode from sculpt mode to edit mode, and I'm hitting K to cut. And I'm just going to cut this here to make that face or that quad into 2 triangles. And I'll put it back later, but I'm doing this just to see kind of how it would actually look. Okay, let's go back to sculpt mode, and I think we need a little more front of cheek there, and more cheekbone over here, maybe over here. A lot of times you'll get 3/4 views of characters or photos, and you can look at that too. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's go and get rid of this again here. So if you wanted to erase one of these edges, you can hit X and go to dissolve edge, like that. So you can dissolve edges or vertices or faces. There. Okay. So now we're back to having good topology. Let's hide the back of the head again. But since we keep doing that over and over again, let's make it easier for ourselves and create a bookmark of sorts. So while we're in edit mode, click on Object Data Properties, this green triangle, and look for vertex groups, and go and select whatever you want to bookmark. Click plus, call this temp back of head, and then click assign. This basically assigns this selection to this little thing here. So if you click off and then click select, you can see it reselects it. So that'll make things easier for us. Okay, still in edge mode, face mode. Let's grab this here. Let's create a loop that goes around the eye. So hit I for inset and scaled in so it's roughly the size of an eye. Hit X and faces to delete. Then go to front view and X-ray and hit 1 for vertices, and let's just move these points around until it matches the eye in this sketch. Let's also make sure we move it a little bit inwards towards the center of the face because we did the same thing for the eyeball to compensate for perspective. A little bit hard to tell, but I think you can go to this view here, hit A, and I think this wants to come up a bit. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's go to solid mode here, and okay, so we've got a big hole there, so let's go and fix that. So we can use that with snapping. So let me show you, let's do this. Let's make another window here. You don't have to do this, you can just watch or make it if you want to. So let's go back to wires here. Let's go to front view. Okay. So let's turn off our proportional editing because it'll mess with the snaps. Let's turn on our snapping, this magnifying glass. And then let's go to face project. So face project is typically used with retopology. So if you make a beautiful sculpture and you're retopologizing that by putting faces over it, you usually use this to snap things on there. But we can use it to snap our face onto our eyes. So the way it works is you can click a point here, and then if you hit G to move, it'll snap this point to whatever's directly behind it. So look here while I'm doing it. So I'm just going to hit G and then click without moving anything, without moving the mouse. G and click. You can see it snapped it onto that eye. Okay, G, click. Same thing all the way around. I think that's everything. Yeah, okay, so it's all snapped onto the eyeball. Let's also hit Control R to add a loop. Oops, okay, so I left snapping on, so it's trying to snap to something. So let's Control Z that to get out of it, turn off snapping, then hit Control R again, click, and now it does it like it usually does. So let's move this kind of like right there. So usually the skin around the eye is actually pretty thick. So let's grab that and hit GY to move this forward. Something like that. Right now we're just trying to rough in this shape. That's good. Go to face mode and alt click. So we got a loop around the eyes. We've got the mask going around both eyes. And we've got a loop going around the head. Now that we've laid down some new geometry, let's shape this so it looks good. Move this around a little bit. So this is kind of my basic workflow is I'll add some topology. So we've got good edge flow and so forth, and then go and shape things so they look better. You just kind of keep going back and forth. think this nose seems a little bit wide. Yeah, it feels a bit wide. Let's pull this in some. Maybe too much. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's tab into edit mode and check our loops again. So that one was good, that one's good, good, good. That one's good. That one's good, it runs through the face. Okay, this one should run through the face. So let's, but we put holes in our eyes. So let's reclose it temporarily. So let's grab those two edges, hit F. And then let's hit F again to close that triangle. Hit F and F. So we'll delete these later. That one's good. That one's funky. So I think it's okay. Up here, it kind of like shapes nicely. I think this one doesn't look good. I think this one should run off the chin. Feels more like a jaw that way. So let's go and delete that. And change. We'll change the geometry to get the edge flow to go off the chin instead of around the chin. So let's do something. Let's grab this here. Let's shift D to duplicate this and hit X to move it in the X. So we can see a before and after. Okay, let's go to edit mode, edge mode, and we want the flow to go from here to down there, right there. So let's delete these two. And this one's right next to it. So let's delete that one. I think we need to delete that one too. We'll work with all of this later. Okay, back to edge mode. So we want to go from right here to right there. We'll create a polygon right here. So it's kind of like we want to go from right here to right there. And this little logic puzzle happens over and over again. But what I've found works best is you add more geometry. So instead of one face here, you subdivide this so it has more geometry. And then you use the F2 plugin by hitting F to close it up again. Okay, so let's see how that works. So again, let's grab these two, hit F to close it. Let's hit Control R to cut it, which is adding more geometry. When you do this technique, this open hole, you want to have this have an even amount of faces. So right now it has 4. If you hit Control and add 1 cut, it makes it 5, which is no good. Scroll the mouse wheel up. That's 6. That's good. Click the mouse, escape, and let's move this down a bit. Double hit G. Okay, so now we have 3 edges up here. 1, 2, 3, and 3 there. That's 6. That's good. We want to go from here to here. So you could figure it out in your head, but what I usually do is I just hit F a few times until it closes up the way I want it. So let's just show you how that works. So I'm going to pick this one edge here, F, F, and then Alt click here, and that is messed up because what is this face doing? So then Control Z a few times, and let's try this. F, F, and then let's Alt click again. Ah, okay, there we go. So now it's flowing off the bottom of the chin just like we want. It looks terrible, so now we have to go and sculpt it to make it look good. And if we compare this to before, you can see this face here basically is now 3, and this face here is now 2 pieces. I hope that made sense. It's kind of a weird logic puzzle, but this happens a lot. Let's add some more geometry while we're here. So instead of 2 faces, let's add 1 more face to this little part here. Hit Control R, click, and then mouse over so it's kind of close to this line. Then let's click this and Alt click that, and it'll select all the edges in between. And then double hit G and move that so it's kind of an even spacing. Let's move that over there. That will be enough geometry for now. Move that over a bit. We've got some nice foundational topology, but let's use the editing and sculpting techniques that we've learned to get these faces to be more similar in size, and then sculpt this in shape so it matches the templates, and use our artistic senses to get this head to look like the character we're trying to make. Double hitting G works really good in this doing this type of work. So I use that a lot. Let's even this out a bit. I think we might need to add some more faces here, but I want to keep this edge loop around the ear, so let's leave that. Unselect and move these forward. When you see uneven shading, it's probably because you've got surfaces that aren't following nicely. So let's go to sculpt mode and hold shift and just smooth it out. When you're working on the jaw area, sometimes it's good to do a front and side view so you can see what's going on. So you can see it's messing up this front view here. Let's edit this first. So when you're working on a jaw, this happens a lot. When you edit the side, the front kind of caves in. And if you edit the front to look good, then the side looks bad. So there's a little trick to making this work better. Grab whatever faces that you don't like in the front view and just move it directly in the X. So GX and pull it directly sideways. And I notice that just helps control how it tweaks things. So you don't constantly fix the front view, fix the side view, and so forth. Okay, it's looking better. Oh, we'll probably delete those. Let's just work on the main head here. I feel like something's funny here. Usually the cheek pops out and this part sinks. This part sinks in and the cheek pops out. So let's go and do that. Let's do this. Let's just hit G and move that. You can come really low or really high and look, alt-click an edge and kind of see what the cross-section of that area is. So we were adding this cheek here and I was wondering what's happening to this area. And so you can see that area there is going kind of flat. So let's go and puff that out with Alt-S, or let's actually hit G. Okay, so that's feeling more like a head. I think maybe even this can come out a bit more. Too much of a peak there. Too flat there. Checking this eye profile quickly, and yep, I think it's actually too low right here. So let's move that up a bit. We have built our eye mask and our eye loops. Next, we need to make a nose, and then get a mouth loop, and then a loop going around the nose and the mouth. Especially this area here, this is the laugh line, and this will crease nicely when we make our character smile. So let's go and build the nose next. Go back to edit mode and object data properties. Let's hide the back of the head. Select an H to hide that. And let's go to front view and move this geometry around so we can get a loop running around the nose and the mouth. So let's double hit G to pull that up like there. Let's pull these down to make some space for ourselves. Let's go to solid mode. Make sure nothing weird's happening. Okay, so we want to go a loop starting kind of here and going around to there. So let's see, how will we do that? Oh, we actually need some geometry for the nose too, so it can extrude out. Let's delete these, X and faces. Let's hit Control R to cut this, Control R to cut that. Delete these, X and faces, and then hit Control R to add some geometry for the nose to pop out. Let's click, and then slide that over. And then let's grab these and slide it over. And let's pull these up a bit and pull that down a bit. Okay. Okay, so our loops are going to start from here, run down and around to there. So let's get rid of these, X and faces, go to point mode, grab those, and double hit G to pull these back like that. Then shift click that and that, hit F, Control R, cut that, escape to drop it, and let's hit G, turn off proportional editing, hit G to move that over, and then hit F and F. Let's check our loops again, so click that, oops, face mode and alt click. Okay, we've got a loop going around the mouth, a mask around the eyes, and the eyeballs. So let's sculpt this a bit and get it in shape. By double hitting G a lot. Okay, that feels pretty good. Oh, let's actually... Okay, that's pretty good. So now that we've got the foundational geometry in place, it's time to use some artistry and just kind of shape this a bit so it feels closer to the look that we're going for, which is at this rough stage is the look is basically looks more like a human. So work like this is where if you do things like figure drawing or sculpting, like in the real world sculpting and figure drawing, or even ZBrush type of sculpting, anything that you can flex your artistry to learn the human form, that's going to help you doing work like this. These over here look too big, and so do these. So let's just Control R and add some more geometry. Then let's go to Edit and Sculpt mode and hold Shift and just smooth things out. Edit mode, and I think for this bottom part, let's Alt S, pull that out a bit. Like over here, it actually for sure goes convex, so let's Alt S and push it in a tiny bit. But up here it should be all round, so let's Alt S and pop that out a bit. Okay. And I think these, let's Alt S and pop it out a little bit, maybe too much. Control Z and Alt S. Alt S. Okay. Let's grab that vertex and just G and move it. We're going to make a bridge going across this upper lip. So E to extrude, X to move an X, and go over until it snaps. If it doesn't snap, make sure clipping and merge is turned on. Let's add some geometry, so Control R. Let's roll that up one time, escape, and then double hit G to make this pull over, and let's make kind of a nasal trough. Let's add the mouth, so it's edge mode and Alt click that. E to extrude, S to scale, and just pull this down, and G to move it kind of close to the mouth shape. This line here should be the middle of the mouth, so let's pull this to the inside of the mouth in that sketch. The sketch is not symmetrical, so I'm kind of splitting the difference. Looks a little weird. Let's add a loop cut here. It's a little light. And let's add a loop cut for the mouth here. So let's lay out these faces so we can have the character talking and smiling and so forth. And so this loop here will control the mouth, and this one here will control the smile. The smile line is a tricky one to make, but the gist of the smile line is this is where the transition from the mouth to the cheek is, and that's where it's going to crease when the person's smiling. So I can show you this picture here. You can see the smile line starts to crease up here, and it kind of comes around the side, and it goes down a little bit outside the mouth. So let's go and make that. And this smile line is going to vary quite a bit between character to character, depending on the character's face. So let's go in X-ray mode and take a look. Vertex mode. So we want a loop coming from the nose here and going around the bottom of the mouth. But the problem is we already have this, so we need to change things so we can get some geometry in there. So let's just go and make it. I think we can grab this, X and delete, and then let's go to X-ray mode, and let's make a space to have a loop coming down here. So to do that, I think we'll just move some faces around. Let's turn on partial editing and hit G. Let's just move some of these vertices there, so we can get, let's get this point here, so we can get a face going from here into here and all the way down here. So we need more space down here. I'm just double hitting G. Okay, so we'll get a loop starting there, running all the way down there. Hit Control R to cut that, click and escape. Then let's hit F to close this one. So we've got that. And then we need to fill this little thing with one more face. So let's use F2 again. But this time let's use F2 in vertex mode. So when you're in vertex mode, if you click this one point here and hit F, it creates a face. You can click and then just hit G to move that to where you want it to be. So F2 works vertex mode and face mode. Let's just check our loops. Mouth, that's good. Another mouth, that's good. Smile line and smile line. It looks really bad, but I think this will give us enough control for the smiling over here and for the mouth. And we'll add more geometry later, but this is kind of the foundation of the topology. So let's go and fill up the rest of this over here. F, click, F, click, and F. And let's make sure this merges. Okay, and then let's, it looks really funny. So let's, now that we have our topology the way we want it to be for the mouth, let's go and sculpt this in place. Let's just soften it a bit with the smooth. And let's fix this whole thing here. So let's see. It's going to grab these and pull it forward. Let's go to X-ray mode. GY, and just pull that out. This has to go around the nose. So let's pull these back. And note I'm only going in the Y direction, like this. So that way the front view does not get all messed up. So let's just show you here. By moving in Y, you can see, I mean the color changes, but you can see the location doesn't change in this view. So this way all the nice work you put into getting this layout to look good doesn't change. I find modeling very peaceful. Okay, so you can see from the side view it was okay, but this is totally strange. So let's go and fix it some more. So you can see, since we're in perspective and sculpt mode, it's going to change the layout from the front view. So I'm trying to get pretty low so it messes it up as little as possible. But sometimes sculpting is just, it's a more touchy-feely tool, and it just makes it a little bit easier to use artistry. You can use the draw tool to inflate things. So plus goes out, minus goes in. Let's lower this to like below 0.2, and you can just brush over it and kind of pull things out. Let's recheck our front view here. You can see things got kind of messed up. Let's go to edit mode. Let's double hit G to pull the mouth back in place. And again, this area here, it's so critical, trying to imagine how this would bend when she smiles. So I think that's good. Jeez, the whole thing needs to go up, so let's do this. Okay, let's add a nose and then continue sculpting this. Okay, let's go to side view here, T to make more space, and X-ray. Okay, let's add our nose in. So let's Alt drag to select that loop, E to extrude, S to scale, and pull that in a bit. Let's go to side view and let's turn off proportional editing first with O, and then GY to pull that forward. So our sketches aren't like this is not lining up. So let's go and fix that. Proportional editing back on. Let's just move this until it fits the sketch better. Same thing, it's edge mode, Alt grab, turn off proportional editing, E to extrude, S to scale, and then GY in side view, and let's go scale and Y. Let's rotate it a bit. Now let's close up this nose. Let's hit F so we can make kind of the front of that nostril part. Then let's Alt click the edges, E to extrude, S to scale, pull it down a bit. Side view, let's pull it forward, scale it down to try and match our sketch here. Then let's grab the top, grab the bottom, F to join that, Control R to add a couple loops. Go to side view, let's make this match the sketch a bit. Then let's hit F and see what happens. Is that good? I think that's better. Sometimes if you're not sure of when you're laying down your topology, you can go to sculpt mode, hold shift and just smooth things out a bit, and then take a look again. And it's like, okay, well, now it looks okay. So I think this is enough geometry for the foundation for our nose and mouth. Let's just check it really quick. Smile line. Don't worry about this going into the nose. It's okay. So we got smile line down here, smile line down there, the mouth right here. So the transition from the mouth into the rest of the face that goes across. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. I think we're looking pretty good. That's okay. Okay, let's even out some of our topology. I like to use the double hit G method, but I want to show you something, a nuance about it. So say if you grab some edges and double hit G and do the same thing here, and then the same thing here, you can see the whole shape collapses down on itself, gets smaller. If you start from the far side and double hit G and here, you can see it does not collapse. It just slides the edges around. So that's kind of something to keep in mind. The order of which you reshape makes a difference. Sometimes it's helpful to rotate around a 3D cursor instead of sliding or moving things. Let's add some teeth so we can continue building out our mouth. But let's go to edit mode first and vertex mode and grab this one vertex here and shift S and 2 so that way we can add the 3D cursor. Let's make sure we go back into object mode so we don't add the teeth to this mesh here. And let's hit Shift A, Mesh and Cylinder. And let's set this to 32. And size, let's make this like 0.3. Okay, it's good enough for now. Let's click off, go to edit mode, A, S to scale. Let's go to the front view and scale it to roughly teeth size. This one, you don't need to be super accurate, just like we did with these rough eyes, something to snap and build around. Leave edit mode, so we can leave this object origin where it is. Let's hit G wide and move it back. Transform around object origin by hitting period and 4, and then rotate. So I usually make teeth something like that. Let's move the 3D cursor with a Shift S and 1. Let's move this side view so we can see what's going on. Grab a mesh, Alt Z to solid mode, tab into edit mode, and edge mode with 2 and Alt click this edge here. Let's extrude it and hit Y to go back towards the teeth a bit, just like that. Then front view, turn off proportional editing, S to scale this in a bit. So you can see just a bit here. Let's turn on snaps with face mode turned on. Go to vertex mode. Let's do this so we can see what's going on. And hit G and click. You can see it's snapping to the teeth. G and click all the way around. Okay, so you can see what's going on here, this weird clipping thing. Let's talk about clipping a bit. If you open the N panel and click on View, you can see your clipping settings up here. I usually left click this and drag it all the way to the left and then click one time to the right. So this is kind of how I usually have it. If you're going too close, the camera pushes through the object. Now sometimes this is nice because when you have lots of geometry going on, it's hard to see what's happening, especially inside the mouth or inside the eyes. But if you don't want this, you can drag this all the way to the left. And so it's basically not clipping. Let's 2 to edge mode and Alt click this edge. Turn off proportional editing. And let's double hit G to move the lips off the teeth just a bit, like that. Then let's add one more loop cut here. And then let's shape this to look good. Let's go back to side view here so we can see what's going on. Let's hit Alt S to pop the lips out. They're a bit round. Let's actually try and double hit G to pull this in a bit here. And then Alt click this. And double hit G and pull it back. We can kind of get the mesh to follow this sketch a little bit. And in 3D view also, make it look kind of okay. And then let's just mess with it until it looks good. So again, we've added some geometry. Now we're just going to sculpt it around till it looks good. Sometimes lips do this little peak thing in the middle, but our sketch doesn't have that, so we're not going to do that. Grab our sketches and isolate so we can kind of see the sketch while we're working. Grab that. So you can see here our sketch. So our lips are no longer following the sketch. I think the side view I drew with the mouth kind of closed and the front view the mouth was parted. And I guess the front view, which seems to have more of the character, I think this is okay. On a side note, I like to model characters so that they look good while I'm modeling. That's why the arms are down instead of in a T-pose. And that's the same reason why I modeled the lips slightly parted. It looks nice, it's in a relaxed state. But know that if you are going to rig the mouth so that the character can talk and smile and so forth, a lot of times you'll actually want the lips to be closed before you do the rigging. So this method is a little bit more work, but I feel like you get better results this way. Okay, the lips are bugging me, they are uneven. We've got 4 faces there, 3 there. So let's go and fix that. And I try and make these as even as possible vertically. So let's double hit G to pull that kind of there. Let's try and get this one lining up here. And then let's Control R, click, and drag that so it matches up here. And let's kind of even things out. Okay, I think that's better. So let's clean up our head here so you can see we have edge loops that don't continue because we had them hidden in edit mode. So let's Alt H to unhide that. Control R, click escape, Control R, click escape. And I think there's one more, Control R, click escape. K to cut, click enter. And the same thing here and here. Then let's sculpt this a bit to smooth it out. we have a stylized character with a big head and a skinny neck. When you're modeling something like that, you end up with the head that looks like it's not sitting properly on the neck because the neck is just so small. You can see here, it's offset from the back of the head. This is actually an excellent character modelist, Sergei Kabaler, versus if you have a normal sized neck like this, you can see the head blends into the back of the neck like you'd see in, real life. This is another excellent character artist, Maliki. Definitely check those two guys out. Let's add some reference geometry to help us get the neck in place. So let's go to Object Mode, Edit Mode. Let's click a vertex, Shift S and 2 to drop a 3D cursor. Let's jump back out to Object Mode, Shift A to add, and pick Cylinder. Scale down a little bit, side view, X-ray, S and Z to make it a little bit longer. Transform around, bounding box center, and then let's just rotate this in place. Let's actually make it a bit longer. So let's go to Transform Local, S and Z. So I'm just trying to get this bottom of the neck to go into the body. And let's scale it down just a bit. It's a little wide, so let's scale it back down some more. Yeah, so it looks like the side. Definitely hit insert to toggle off overlays and look at it without your templates and just evaluate it. Even though we're following our sketch, I think this neck needs to be a little bit further back. So let's go to side view here, X-ray, and let's figure out where we want to pivot the neck. Let's put that there and transform around 3D cursor like that. Let's toggle solid and toggle off overlays and just rotate it till it feels correct. And I think that looks better. Let's quickly check it. Oops, check it against our sketch. So it's a little bit different. The back is taking up more space. The front's pretty close. Front's wider here, probably okay. I think that front sketch, the neck looks smaller again because of perspective. So I think we're going to be all right with this. Let's use sculpt mode to get our head to match our neck. And let's also use a mask. But to make it work, I needed to create a new material. So to do that, we have our head selected. Click on this material panel, and then click new, and that'll create a new material. We'll call this skin. And then if you click on base color here, you can just pick like a color. And you can't see it because we're in solid mode. So click shaded mode, and now you can see it. And pick a color that you want. So now when you're in sculpt mode, if you hold Control Shift, you can see it grays out, and that's how the mask works. If you grab the elastic tool, you can see the top stays in place and the bottom moves. There's some options for mask, so you can hit Control I to invert. You can Alt M to clear. You can also shrink and grow and shrink, and you can smooth. So it's kind of a gradual effect. Let's Alt M to clear and Control Shift to select, and let's select those faces. I think that's good. Let's go to Mesh and Smooth Mesh to smooth out the back of the neck. Smooth Mask. And then let's Control Shift to grab these. So I want to hold the jaw here, but I want the back of the neck to kind of just gradually change. Just pull this back. Shift F to control the strength of the brush. F to control the size. And then let's do this mode here and toggle X-ray. Let's pull our mesh to match our sketch better. It's not going to match exactly because we changed the neck. Let's hold Shift to smooth it a bit. Okay, I think that's pretty good, and I also think that the back of the neck here is concave. I think that's the right word. So let's pull that out. pull that out here some more. I think that's good. Let's go to object mode, Shift S and 2, grab our head, tab into edit mode, and let's go to the bottom view, and let's close up this hole. So we will extrude this and then scale it towards the 3D cursor. So let's get 3D cursor turned on, which it is. Let's turn off proportional editing and hit E to extrude, S to scale. Okay, let's turn on X-ray. So we've got that. And let's make this a circle shape. So we can go to Loop Tools. This is one of the add-ons, and do circle. And okay, so we have a problem because you can see on the bottom of the screen the loop overlapped, but because we have a mirror modifier, once it overlaps it gets stuck. You can see the bottom looks funny. It's got that vertical line, so that's not working. Control Z that, G to move this over here, right click and Loop Tools and circle. Then let's scale it back down and just make sure those lines for that circle don't overlap, and scale it down so it's a bit bigger than the neck. Turn off X-ray. Okay, G, Y, and pull that back. I think that's pretty good. Necks are a little bit thicker in the back than they are in the front. So let's do this. Let's go to sculpt mode, pull it out a bit in the back. And let's make sure we have a gap all the way around. That's good. Back into edit mode. Go to E to extrude, S to scale it in a bit. Our reference neck, it's overlapping the back. So that's S and Y, G, Y, like that. Then G, Z to pull it down a bit. Let's go to side view here, turn on our X-ray, and we're just kind of trying to match the sketch a bit, even though we've deviated in the back. So let's do this. Let's make a separate window here. Let's go to side view here. Let's grab some of these and double hit G. Same thing there. This looks too flat here, so let's grab the whole thing, this edge, and Alt S to pull it out a bit. And the back is overlapping. And let's double hit G to pull these all in place so it's a little more even. Okay, this is bugging me here, so let's go and fix that. And that's bugging me. I think we need more geometry. So let's go and delete some faces, X and faces. So we'll have our little logic problem again. Control R to cut that. And we want this to connect to there. Do that. Okay, so that's good and that's good. So now let's figure out how to fill this mess. Let's double hit G to even some of these out. And you can alt click on an open hole like that and go to statistics, and you can see edges 7. So that's not going to close up because it's an even number. But what we can do here is just figure a way to solve it. So I think it's pretty easy. We can just get rid of that. We have lots of geometry here to edit. So let's go like this, double hit G, go like that. Double hit G like that, double hit G, alt click that, X, dissolve edges, and then let's hit F a few times and see if it works. F, F. Okay, so that closed. Whoops, that's pretty good. I'll have to fix that. That's good, that's good, that's good. I don't like that or that. I think these should all flow together, so let's delete some faces, and we've got our logic problem again. So let's just add in so we get our flow. We know we want that. And then let's just hit F a couple, that's bad. Hit F a couple times. Doesn't look so great, but if you're not sure, if you're on the fence, you can go to sculpt mode and hold shift and just blur it a bit. And yeah, I think we can actually work with that. These points aren't, so if you're ever in sculpt mode and you notice things aren't moving and you're confused, it might be because there's a mask. So just go to clear mask, or it might be shape keys. So if you're working with someone else's model and you see a bunch of shape keys over here like that, and if you're trying to sculpt and nothing's happening, it's because you have another shape key selected that's turned off. Do that, then it works. So sometimes sculpt doesn't work, and those are a couple of reasons why. X-ray, E to extrude, let's pull that down, drop a 3D cursor, and next kind of at an angle a little bit. Toggle X-ray, get rid of that. Yep, I think we can work with this. Again, it looks weird because the neck is so skinny, but that is the style we're working with. And it matches our sketch pretty good up here. Back here it's not as good, but I think it's okay. It'll be covered by hair, and that looks okay too. Now let's take a moment to kind of even out some of these edges so they flow better. Okay, I think that's looking nice and even and balanced. I think we actually need a bit more geometry there. It's looking a bit light. Oops. Let's go and delete that so we can cut just the bottom and then hit F twice. I think that's good. Move this a bit higher. That back, forward. Okay. I think we've actually got too much geometry down here and plenty up here because it's the back of the head. So let's shuffle some of these down first, then Alt, click these two, X, dissolve edges. Let's grab this. If you hit Shift R, it repeats the last command like that. Okay, that feels, I like that back of the head more. Yep, that's feeling better. So one danger to watch out for when you're modeling is when you start noodling. And I am quickly entering noodle, the noodle zone. Like I don't like that. Let's kind of just square these out a bit. Okay, I think we're looking good. The next time you're with somebody you love, take a good look at their nostril and you'll see that they're kind of weird looking. In the middle, they do kind of neck inwards and they kind of flare out. There's a little bump here, and this shape here can take a variety of different forms, small or big. And also for the side, it could curve up on the side or it could curve down on the side. So it can take many different shapes. Let's try and make one. Let's go to edit mode with tab and let's grab some faces here. So if you're doing a small nostril, you can probably grab those. If you're doing more of a longer nostril, you can do that. I think I'll do this. Hit I to inset and pull it in just a bit. Grab these edges and pull this, oops, turn off snapping and proportional editing. Double hit G so you can get some meat on that nose right there. Same thing here. It's making a thicker, I guess, wall thickness, I guess you could call it. Double hit G to pull the nostril in. And here you have to just hit G. Okay, that's pretty good. Oh, let's also do this. Let's grab this edge and double hit G to pull it out because it kind of necks in. the nose. Okay, grab that. E to extrude, Z to go Z and go up just a bit. If you can see here, this edge is very abrupt. It looks sharp. So let's just scale this in towards itself. So you can see some of that inside wall like that. So it's not quite as abrupt. And use the double hitting G. I do that all the time. Maybe let's pull this upwards. It's really this angle here. You don't want that to be too acute. So maybe pull that up a bit. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Grab these. E to extrude, Z to go in Z. Let's go to the side view and X-ray and pull this up. Scale it in the Y. The nostril actually gets pretty big. That. The front. SX. Let's check in our 3D view. So I don't know how much detail you need in here. Okay, it's getting pretty good. Let's move that one up. Move that one up. Let's move this one out to get that kind of, actually let's move this one in. Let's put the bump like right there. And let's pull these in with our double hitting G method. Okay, I think that will be enough geometry here. I also think that there's not enough geometry for the shape of that nostril. So you could cut it, but it creates a whole loop over here. And I think that's okay. We can actually use that to get a more defined crease. So let's go with that. So let's Control Z that. Let's make some space for this by double G like that. Let's make some space here. Shuffle things around a bit. Let's go and cut that. Let's see here. So now we can shape our nostril better to be more round. Soften these, let's space these out more here. So if you space out the vertices more, it won't crease as sharp. So maybe these, we actually pull them a bit closer. So when it smiles, there's more control in this area. So I think that's pretty good. And let's go to sculpt mode and hold shift and just click a few times to smooth it out. Let's add a reference image for our ear. Let's shift right click, go into object mode, shift A, image and reference. Navigate to where you saved your image. You can get all of these images in the link below. Let's grab this, hit S to scale it down. Let's make this opacity 0.5. And let's do the front back thing. Move this in Z. That. And let's go to X-ray mode, and let's just scale this ear roughly in place. Okay, something like that's good. Ears are pretty complicated to model, but I found what I think is the easiest way to do it. We're going to take one face, draw all these red lines by cutting. We'll extrude the light parts up, the dark parts down, merge some vertices until it looks like an ear. So let's go and do that. Let's lock our templates collection, click our body collection, shift A, and plane, R, Y, 90, S to scale down, roughly line it up. Let's check our face orientation. Let's toggle X-ray. Oops, okay. GZ. We can quickly talk about face orientation. So when you have your model like this head here, you kind of want everything to be blue. Blue means it's the outwards facing side, it's the solid side. Red is the back side. So in general, you want to always see blue for your character. So let's go grab our ear template again. Let's unlock that. Grab the ear, shift click that. Relock that. Okay, so now we're set up to make this ear. Let's grab that, go to edit mode, hit K, and just circle this ear. Let's actually zoom in a bit. Toggle X-ray, face mode, click, click, X, faces. Let's cut some more. So let's, you can see it'll snap to vertices. So just start from one of the vertices that are there and just go around this whole thing and just basically draw. This is a 5-sided, so we don't want that. So we will fix that. It's actually a 5-sided there too. We don't want that. So let's toggle this here. So let's go and cut all these side pieces too. So it's K, click, click, enter, and just do the whole thing. So there was no vertices there, so let's just add one like that. And then this one was, let's see here, this was drawn differently. So let's just make sure this outer row are all quads, because I think that's actually important. Inside the ear, it's less important. Let's check our loops. Okay, that's okay, and this will be a five pole right there. That's okay. Now let's cut this inside one here. Okay. Cut. Oh, what is this? Sometimes it auto adds a line, so let's X and dissolve edges. Back to X-ray, and let's cut this inside lower area. Now let's draw these lines. Make sure we use our snaps. Then let's draw this last one here. Oh, and let's draw some of these inside here. You can see these here, it's going to be a whole bunch of triangles. But I don't think the inside of the ear is that big of a deal. Let's toggle face orientation. Let's unlock our templates. Let's move our ear to the side, GX, and relock it. Grab our ear, edit mode. I forgot to cut this, so let's hit K to cut that. Okay, let's go to face mode. Now we're going to extrude these light parts outwards. So click and just keep shift clicking these guys here. Extrude them out. Let's click these dark parts and extrude that in like that. Let's go to vertex mode. Let's click, shift click M to merge at first. Then shift R. Get those two, shift R, those two, shift R. Same thing here, same thing there. Okay, I think that's a good starting point for our ear. Slash to bring everything back. Let's grab this and GX. Okay, I'm transforming in local, but it's going the wrong way, and it tells me that I have not zeroed it out. So Control A, and let's do all transforms. Now GX should go towards the head. Okay, that's good. Let's roughly line that ear up. And I think her ear doesn't look great right now, so let's just sculpt this a little bit. little more like that. Yeah, that's good. Let's go to edit mode, grab everything. Ears kind of pull away from the head. So let's rotate that out. Just kind of imagine how to look. I think that's pretty good. Grab our head here, edit mode. It's face mode, and grab some faces and X and faces to make some space for our ear. And let's clear some space like that. Just hit double G a few times to make a kind of a ear shape hole in the head. Grab our ear, back to edit mode, and let's thicken this a bit. So grab that, E to extrude, S to scale it in a bit, G to move it more towards the front, and R to rotate it so the back of the ear gets thicker. Whoops. And the front's pretty thin. So we've got this nice floppy part of the back of the ear. And let's extrude it again. Extrude, rotate it. So this part is going to actually meet up with the head. So let's figure out, let's work on the ear a bit more. Let's actually pull that out. Let's fix the bottom of our ear. It's too sharp. So let's grab this edge right here and G to pull that down. Let's go to vertex mode, and okay, that's better. So we've got some meat there. And then let's get this edge to line up with this edge. So we will delete some faces, X and faces. Vertex mode, let's hit F and click. Edge mode, F and click. That's good. And then let's just close it up. It's a big triangle, but it's back of the ear, so that's okay. Let's see here. Let's get rid of some of these faces. Those two. Those two. X and faces, slash to bring back our head. And let's figure out how to merge this mess. Let's go to object mode and let's merge the ear to the mesh. So click the ear, shift click the mesh. One thing to keep in mind, if you hit the N panel and go to item, the transform data is displaying whatever's in orange. So when you do this Control J to join them, it'll use the transform information of whatever's orange. Control J, so now it's merged. You can see we've got our ear on both sides because we mirrored it. Make that go away. Let's go to edit mode and let's figure out how to merge this mess. Okay, let's just grab a couple edges here and hit F to join that, F to join that. Got our first problem. Let's move this out of the way so we can see what's going on. Let's delete that triangle, X and faces. Let's grab this edge and hit F to join that. We know we want that to join, so let's hit F to join that. And join that. Okay, that's good. Let's click that, F to join it, edge mode, double hit G to pull that back, edge mode again, hit F to join that, and I don't know what to do here. So let's just delete some faces, X faces, oh it's triangle, X faces, so let's fill in that, let's fill in that, fill in that. So this is a real bad surface right here. See how it's kind of like this V shape? But let's just move some points around and see what happens. Double hit G like that. Let's see, the ear should flush out with the head. Yeah, you can see that weird stuff going on. That's bad. But let's do this. Let's go to sculpt mode. Hold shift and just like blur stuff. Yeah. That's the, oh, okay. This is almost okay. Let's go back to edit mode here. So we've got another one of those funny V surfaces. If you go into X-ray mode, you can see it's this weird surface. So that's actually not good, but we can fix it. So let's click this here, shift click that here, merge at first. And we're good. That's our ear. So I think now we can just sculpt it around in place, and so until it looks okay. This thing is still bugging me, so let's try it again. Let's grab that, X and faces, edge mode, and let's just hit F a couple times again. So I like that. That one's okay. This one is bad, but if we click, shift click, merge at first, it goes away. Yeah. Yep, that's better. Now I'm going to take some time to sculpt this and just move some things around until things look nice and even and balanced and are shaped aesthetically. I really don't like ears. They're just so complicated. Okay, so I think the ear looks almost good. I don't think the skin goes up like that. Yeah, that's better. I think this should actually go more like that. And let's get some thickness here, like that. Okay, enough with the ear already. Man. Let's move on to the eyes. Go to object mode. Let's hit Shift A and add a reference image. Navigate to where those reference images are and click load. Same thing, reference image, and let's grab that one too. Let's GZ, GY. Let's grab these both and scale them down. Okay, so we'll use these in a second, but let's just go and add the geometry we need for our eyes. So first, let's go to edit mode, grab this here, and let's just extrude in Y and pull this back like that. So we're adding some skin thickness around the eye. This is not sticking out far enough like the rest of it is. So let's grab that face, turn on proportional editing and GY. Like, I think that's good. And then Alt click that inner edge and Alt Shift click that inner edge and GY and oops, turn off proportional editing and GY and pull it back a little bit more. So it's kind of like just overlapping the eye geometry. Okay, like that. Click select. We added ears, so those are new. Click assign to add those to that selection set. H to hide. Let's also hide the eyes. Front view. And let's see how it looks. So I think we need more geometry. Let's hit Control R so we can shape that eye better. We had a wall thickness, so we have double vertices there. So drag select. So we wanted the eyes to be further inwards than the sketch to compensate for the sketch's perspective. So just try and get it to match. Let's look at these reference images too and see, like it kind of comes down. Since we have double vertices, it might not grab both of them. See, it didn't. It did not, but we had proportional editing turned on, so it's actually okay. But you might need to go X-ray, select, and go back. And then kind of shape your eye referencing these two. That's Alt H to bring everything back, turn our eyes back on. Okay, let's add some geometry. So we will Control R to cut this. We'll use this to make the bottom puffiness of the eye and make the fold in the upper lid. So let's grab these here, zoom in, Alt, turn off proportional editing, Alt S to pop that out a bit. Not too much. Okay. And up here, let's grab these. Let's pull up a side view here, like that. X-ray, shift click the middle of the eye, hit period and 6 to change this to 3D cursor, and let's rotate it up. Just trying to get that eye to fold a little bit. I'm looking at the overall shape of these eyes. Our character's more stylized, so they look much more open, more like these. But the shape is doing a similar thing, just in more of a caricature, so I think that's pretty good. And then let's add another cut, Control R, to add more definition to this crease up here. And we'll need this geometry when the eye closes. Then let's pull these down more to space it out a bit and soften it. Okay. And you can also throw in a subdivision surface modifier to see how it would look if you turn it on when you're doing like nice cycles renderings. I feel like something's wrong up here. I feel like in these sketches it wants to sink in right around there. Yeah, I think we're sticking out a little bit too much. So let's pull it in. It's funny when you're doing faces, a tiny amount of change makes a big difference. So get your reference images and really kind of scrutinize it and kind of feel the form, and then try and apply it to your mesh. So we've used the templates to kind of get the overall shape, and now we're looking at these reference images and trying to get some life into our mesh. Okay, I think that's feeling better. Let's add some skin on the inside of our eye. Let's turn off our mirror and slash to go into isolate mode, edit mode, 3 for face mode, click here, control click there. And we're going to make the geometry like it's a flap of skin for the eyes. Not totally, but kind of roughly. So let's move our 3D cursor, Shift S and 2. And let's hit E to extrude, S to scale, and let's just scale that up. And then let's GY and pull that over here. And we're colliding with the outside, so let's do this. Scale X, pull it in. Pull it in some more. Let's see how it looks here. Let's hit GY to pull it forward so it's really flappy looking, like that. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Then let's this is close to the side of the head, so let's move it so it's not too close. Our chin is blocking our view, so now we can use that clipping thing and just click this until we can see through. Yeah, that's pretty close. So you kind of don't want that too close, because when you're animating this character or other things, sometimes this will like poke through, and so you don't want that. Okay, let's put this back here and click this once. Face mode with 3, and then Shift, Control, Shift, E to extrude, Y to go on the Y, and like that. Turn the mirror on, slash to come out, and turn that on to see how it looks. Yeah, so now it feels like the skin is going somewhere. This part here is not looking right, and I can't figure out why. So here are some steps I take to fix it. I go and surf the web until I can find a reference image for that part that's bugging me. So let's do some of this in sculpt mode. And let's see, so she's got it's convex here, it's concave there, and it pops out there. Kind of comes out, sharply back down, and then gradually comes down. So we don't have that. We have one, she's got quite a lot of forehead there. Okay, so this could be part of it. Usually it's more of a circle in the back, and then it goes into a trapezoid at the front or so. Something like that. And this should be rounder back here. So more round in the back, and the front should be more of a trapezoid. So let's do this. I want to grab I think I grabbed down here. Okay, I think that actually helped a lot. But now our eyes are poking through. So let's go and pop those back in. So let's go to object mode, grab the eye, slash to isolate. Let's drop a 3D cursor right there, unslash, and then let's just scale it in until it fits. And I think we need to bring the eye forward now. And I think we need to actually bring it in and back. So what I'm trying to do is line the eye up so it feels like it's nested nicely. It's important that there's a good amount of skin thickness around the eye. So that's what I'm trying to line this up to make it look good. We've probably moved off of our sketch, but this kind of happens. So I'm checking in this view to see if it looks okay. I think the eyes want to come forward. Yeah, I think they want to come forward. So let's do that. So let's grab the eyes, go to edit mode, hit A to select all, unselect, grab the head, go to edit mode. Let's turn off this. And let's slash to isolate. Let's alt click that to select this. And then you can select more, go to select more, and then more. And then shift R to just keep selecting more and more. So we'll get that. Go into object mode, slash to go out, click our eye, shift click our head, go back into edit mode, turn on proportional editing. So now you can see we have both selected, and you can move both the eye and the head at the same time. Okay, let's just move this forward. I think it's easier in perspective. G, Y, scroll this up a bit. So I'm trying to leave the nose alone. I want to grab everything else. So, like that. Now she needs more cheek. See, in our sketch, it kind of peaks out, then comes down pretty sharply, then gradually goes down. So we don't have any of that peak for the forehead. So I think to achieve that, we actually need some more geometry. So let's hit Control R. Let's actually go to object mode, drop the eye, go back to edit mode, hit Control R, click that there. Let's unselect it for the nose, but when you add loops, it just makes a flat loop. That's not good. So let's do that. And Alt S and just turn off proportional editing, and Alt S to slide it out just a bit. Like that. Let's get rid of these. Alt S. Okay, that's good. Let's go back to sculpting. And let's make this kind of crease up here and then gradual down there. It's easier to select with this turned on when you're in sculpt mode with a subdivision surface modifier. So that pulls out. I think it pulls down a bit. Then this pulls in. Let's get kind of a up and down thing going there. Let's pull that in a bit here. Shift, hold shift and smooth it a bit. Then we go into a gradual cheek. That looks pretty good. And I feel like this middle comes down. Let's check our sketch. Yeah, it feels like the middle comes down here. So let's hit F to make that bigger and then just pull this down a bit. So this is going to screw up our side view, but I think this needs to be done. That's feeling better. Let's just check our template just so we know what's going on. So that did change some. Let's try and put it back. I'm going to Control Z twice to see if it changed anything. It did not. So I'm going to Control Shift Z and put it back again. Okay, I think that's better, but what's bugging me now is the skin around the eye looks very sharp. So let's go and make that thicker. And let's go to View. So so I was trying to zoom in on this little thing here by hitting number pad period. It's not zooming in. So if you change this, then it'll zoom in closer. Okay. So let's make this skin around the eye thicker. Let's grab that. Move these out. Let's turn that off. So when you're modeling like that, with the subsurface modifier, it kind of messes things up. So just kind of make sure you turn it on and off. So this is looking weird. It's looking like she's kind of bug-eyed. So let's knock that back. Yeah, I'm just fighting myself. I'm pushing it one way and the other way. So what I did was I pushed the local area in, and now I'm going to just grab the whole wide area and pull it out. And you shouldn't notice it. It might change the entire character of the face, or you might not notice it. So just mess around with it. You can also change your lighting. Oops, like that. So sorry this is taking so long, but it's usually I'll save this type of work for later, but in this case I think it affects the foundation of the character and the eye locations, so I think that needed to be fixed. Otherwise you just make a lot more work for yourself later. And this one is, in our photo reference, that was not, it was more gradual there. So let's make that more gradual. That concave shape. Okay, I think that's good. Let's go and add some geometry to the mouth here. So let's go to edit mode. Let's hit Control R, click that, and just move it so it's close, but not too close. The closer it is, the more definition you'll get with your subdivision surface modifier on. Let's see here. So if it's further out, you can see it's doughier. If it's really close, it's crisp. But then with it off, it's super hard to work with. So somewhere in between. That's as far as I would go. And that's pretty good. You can see we have some weirdness going on here, this little surface. That's because we move things around with our mirror turned off. So it's Alt click. Let's Alt click that edge, Alt click this edge. Turn the mirror on. GX and just move it until it snaps in place. Okay, it's good. You can X-ray to make sure it's all closed. That's good. Let's turn off our mirror again. Let's slash to isolate. Let's Alt click our mouth here. Let's hit period and 4 to change this to bounding box center. And let's model the inside of the mouth. So let's hit E to extrude, Y to move in Y, SZ to scale in Z, like that. SZ, so we have some skin coming around the inside of the mouth. Maybe too much. Make sure that the middle part of the mouth is pretty much horizontal. If you want to, you can go and hit View and click this a few times until you can see through the back of the head. GZ. Okay, that's good. Let's grab that. E to extrude, S to scale, GY, oops, GY, GZ, RX, EY, and GZ, and RX, and S to scale. And then F to fill. You shouldn't be able to see that cap from the front. That's okay. You can see these surfaces are popping out, so let's go ahead and fix that. The same way, Alt click, mirror back on. Let's go to X-ray so you can see, oh, it's hard to see. Here we go, overlapping surfaces. GX until everything snaps. Okay, maybe I have to do it a couple times. GX so it snaps that way. GX so it snaps that way. Yep, I'm hitting GX and moving it, and I don't see any surfaces moving around, so now it's okay. Okay, so that's the inside of the mouth. Slash to come back out of isolate. And let's add some mouth reference material. We haven't modeled our mouth quite accurately. We made it to match this sketch here with the lips slightly parted. That's more like this, where you can see the bottom lip is overlapping the top one. If the mouth is open and not overlapping, you can see that the space between here and here is smaller than the space between here and there. So we'll have to modify our mouth so that this thickness right here is narrower, more like that. And then reshape the mouth so that the lips overlap slightly. Okay, hope that makes sense. So first let's mess around with some of this to get that to be smaller. I think we need a little more geometry for the lips. So let's go and add that first. So let's hit Control R, click it, hit Escape, and see what we've got. We don't need all of this back here. We don't need that over the head. But I do think we could use it right here. So let's figure out how to stop that edge loop. So to stop it, let's do this. Let's go and okay. Can't see. Escape, face mode, click that, zoom in. And I'm looking for 2 points I can cut. Okay, let's click there and click there. Okay, now let's cut this again. Control R, click escape. Okay, that's good. Let's add one down here to match it. Click and escape. Don't need all this. You also don't want to have triangles here. It's a little bit too visible. So let's do this. Let's grab that and hit X and faces. Control R to cut it. Okay, that's good. Let's figure out how to merge this. Let's go, nope, let's go F to merge that. So we've got face there. Don't know if I like that. Control R, click escape, and double hit G there. Yeah, let's just try something different. X and faces, and let's try FF. Okay, I think that's better. And you can kind of move these around a bit till it balances out better. Okay, let's add a nasal trough. So let's go like this. I to inset, B for boundary. So we can pocket that in. I actually don't like how that looks. It feels like it's wrapping around, which it actually is. And we could use a little more geometry for the nose. So let's just do this. Let's just add a loop going all the way up. But I don't want to add it going down the neck. I think we have enough for the neck. So let's just terminate it below the hair. So we'll do I to inset. Make sure B is turned on for boundary and go like that. This got too close. Let's double hit G to pull that down. Grab this, double hit G to pull it in. And then let's Alt S for that and Alt S for that. And Alt S for that. Okay. Oh, let's pull this middle one in too. Alt S and Alt S. Got enough for the nasal trough. I think that's enough for the lips. That'll help us with this complicated shape right here. Okay, so let's just let's move some of these edges in place so it's more balanced. Grab those and double hit G to pull that down. Then these. Maybe these can go up a little bit. Same thing here. Pull that out. So we're just trying to even out the faces here. But trying to get some more meshes so we can bend that lip. Let's pull these out. Pull those out. Yeah, let's use this to sink it in a bit. Let's actually sink both of these in. Alt. And let's push this one in too. Just kind of go through and see where you can even things out. Okay. Let's fix the forehead up here. Let's check how our nose shape is. Kind of like that, but I think it should blend out here more. I think maybe get a bit crisper right there. Okay, let's slash out and okay, so let's make this narrower like this right here. Let's go to edit mode. Let's turn off our sub D. Click this vertex, Shift S and 2. And then let's click that edge there and that edge there. Let's go to X-ray to make sure what we've got selected. I can't. There we go. Okay, that's good. So we're going to slide that out by changing to bounding box center, like that. And then comma and 4 to change that to global, and SX to pull that in. I'm looking here to see how wide that is. Pull a bit more. Let's check the side view. Let's hit SY to pull that in more. Yeah, our sketch comes in quite a bit. But I think it actually let's pull it back a bit, but I think we can't pull it back that far. It might look weird. So let's do this. Let's go in perspective view, turn on proportional editing and GY, and let's pull this back in the corner. Okay, it does look a little bit better. Let's see how close we got to our sketch. Yeah, way off. But I think it actually looks good like that. I mean, we can try further back. Let's try further back. Got it selected. Okay, let's try it. GY. It looks good, but it looks kind of like she's smiling, but I think it actually looked good. So let's pull it kind of in between. I think it's too much. I think that's good, but let's also pull these in with proportional editing turned on. Let's just move these in. SX, SX, because you want to have some geometry in this area to control her smile or the smiles. And I find it's kind of useful to have the edges all lining up, like not exactly, but close. Just I don't know if I'm imagining it, but it just seems like it's easier to control the character's mouth. Okay, it's feeling okay. Let's now close or make the lips come down again. Pull all these down. Let's pull some of these up. Okay, it looks pretty good. Let's turn on our subsurface. Yeah, so one of the things about subsurface modifiers is it kind of shrinks everything a little bit, especially when you're getting down to the details. So it kind of depends on how are you going to use this. Going to use it with that turned on in Blender, then you can go like this. If you're going to export it somewhere else, it'll probably be more like this. If you're exporting it, you want to probably have more topology than this. If you're, well, I guess depending on your application. If you're using it in Blender, then you can just do that. So I just try and make it look good both ways. So one way you can make the subsurface follow closer to your polygon mesh is to add some faces. So let's show you with this turned on. So with it turned on, it makes everything smaller. If you cut it, you can see things get thicker. If you cut it in the right place. Okay, thicker. Then let's even things out here. So let's grab these and double hit G to pull it out. So things are a little more balanced. I think her lips are too puffy here. So we're deviating from our sketch mouth pose because I think it's resulting in just, it looks like the lips are thick on the sides, just too much. Okay, that's looking like a nice, kind of a nice smile. I feel like her lips had a little more puffiness in the middle. Yeah, I feel like here it kind of sank in. So let's pull that out, and yeah. All right. I think that is looking pretty good. Let's add her tear duct. Let's look at some eyes here. So the tear duct kind of, the eye comes up and then it goes back down. This kind of barely inflects upwards and it kind of puffs out. So let's go and do that. And I think we need to add some geometry. So we'll cut that here. Oh, it stopped. That's nice. Because we had a triangle. And we can use the geometry to shape the nose. Let's leave the eye on the inside alone, but let's pull these towards the bottom. And let's cut a loop here. So we don't need that. So let's go and merge something. Let's Control Z that. Let's grab these two here, merge at center, Control R, cut it. Tell me what you guys hear about excessive use of triangles. I know it's a hot topic. Look at this. I got like just a mess. It's inside the eye. No one sees it. Okay, so let's add our little tear duct. Let's slash to bring back our eye. So it kind of pulled down, and it's got some red, which is the actual tear duct. Okay, so let's do that. So let's do this. Let's submerge this one. Pull it back. Let's hit period and 4 to scale this to the bounding box center. Okay. So that kind of sinks the skin in that area around. Down. Let's grab this and pull it in. Proportional editing on. And it came up and down. This part came more down. So let's grab some of these. Just pull that. It did kind of turn up a little bit, but it was pretty subtle. So something like that. Let's turn on this. Looks more like this one than that one. Our sketch looks like it has less tear duct. So let's vertex mode, grab that. Let's pull this so it's more subtle. I think we need to pull this up. Pull the whole thing in a bit. So it's kind of a small tear duct. It's pretty subtle. I think it actually still looks too pronounced. So let's grab this, pull this up. Let's grab that and pull it. It's actually rotated in. Period and 6 to change that. And then that feels more like it. Yep, that's more like it. Oh, and let's get the actual tear duct visible. So let's grab this here and let's just turn off partial editing, pull that in. So, just pull it out a bit. It doesn't need to be super anything fancy. Just kind of indicate that there's something there. That's more than adequate. Probably too much. And let's punch that one down. You see, it went too much with so now when you turn this on, it goes away. So what you can do is you can come around the inside to here. Let's leave that on. Let's pull a second window up here. So hopefully you can see it, but we're going to double hit G and pull this up, which in actuality is like this, pulling it up. Let's look over here with this turned on. Yeah, so with it turned off, if you double hit G, you can see it doesn't change how it looks. So if you export this, it'll look just the same with the sub D turned on. If you double hit G and pull it, you can see it changes how it looks. So that looks pretty good right there. And with it off, it still looks pretty good. So this way you can kind of control it for both scenarios. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think the tear duct's looking good. Let's put some temporary eyebrows in place. So let's hit Insert to bring back our templates. Let's hide these guys here. Let's go to Front View, X-Ray, tab into Edit Mode, 3 for Face Mode. Let's select a little more than the width of the eyebrows. Shift D, Escape, Mesh, Separate, Selection. So now we've just duplicated these eyebrow pieces and moved them into, broke them off into a new mesh. Okay, let's go to Edit Mode, X-Ray Mode, and then let's just move these into place. Try not to move them too far to the left or right, so I'm going to hit GZ. Obviously these, you need to make them shorter. I'm going to try and keep them roughly where they are in the X. Obviously it doesn't totally work, but you know, just try. And these are temporary anyway. Turn off X-ray, grab these, and where it's poking through, let's hit GY so it's proud. Okay, like that, like that. Then we'll do something else here. So let's turn on our snaps and turn on, let's see, turn on face. So we'll just hit G and move these so they snap onto the face one by one. But try and keep them in the same place and try and keep the view looking straight down on whatever surface we're over. Face mode, A, Extrude, and then Y. Let's pull those four. So my snaps are turned on. Let's turn that off. GY. Grab these. Double hit G. Grab these. Double hit G. So some parts here where it's not lining up with these isoparms, just Alt click it and double hit G and get it to line up. Isolate, face mode, click that, Control click that, X and faces. It's so much easier looking at a face with eyebrows. Something weird, oh, so we have a total concave surface there. We'll make the eyes in two pieces. There'll be a outer clear part that has this bump around it, and an inner part that has the iris and the pupil and the white part in the back. Let's do that. Okay, we know our eyes are in the right place. Let's use that as a starting point. So we scaled our eyes a few times. So I'm not sure if the origin is actually in the middle. So let's Alt click this loop here. Hit 1 for point mode, and then Shift click that, Shift click that, Shift S and 2. Yeah, so our origin was off, but our 3D cursor is now in the middle of this sphere. Then let's hit Shift A to add, pick mesh and UV sphere. And let's make this 24. I want some more edges there, so we have more to work with. And let's scale that down. Okay, it's fine. I think we just put it in the template layer because I couldn't move it. So let's move this. Let's call this eye. Move this to the body. This is eye old. It's RX90. Control A and scale. Hit N to check the orientation, and that's zeroed out, which is good. The scale is, well, we're going to mess with the scale in a second. Let's do this. We want to scale the eye down so it matches the old one. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's see here. When you scale this down, they're the same color, so it's kind of hard to figure out, you know, well, I guess it's not that hard. I'll just show you anyway. So you can click the eye old, click material, click new, click base color and change it, and nothing happens. Okay, let's go to the viewport display. Click that and change it. Okay. The reason why that didn't work is because this material affects the shaded mode. And in the viewport display, you have different coloring modes. It does make a lot of sense. So in solid mode, if it has material chosen, it doesn't mean this part of the material, it means that part of the material. And to make it more confusing, there is another viewport display here. Let's make this green. And so that won't show unless you pick object. So it's really weird and confusing, and I always don't know what's going to color what, so I just change both viewport display colors until I find the right one. Okay, so Blender trivia. So let's scale this down so it's the same size. Looks about right. Let's hit Control A and scale. And then let's hide that. Bring this back here. And we can add, okay, let's freeze the rotation too. Control A and rotation. So that's all zeroed out. And our origin should be in the middle of the eye, which it is. And let's add a mirror. And then pick the head. Okay, so we've got a new eye with more geometry. Call this eye clear, and we'll hit Shift D to duplicate, escape to drop it, and call this eye color, COLOR. Let's go to side view and X-ray and Shift Z to turn on wireframe. Transform around 3D cursor, and let's hit, make sure you have color selected because the color part is smaller than the clear, and hit scale. Scale in about maybe like that much. Then hit Control A again and do scale. Let's make our iris. Let's go to X-ray, edit mode, click off. Let's click a loop for our iris. Let's just check it to see if it's the right size. It's a touch small, but that's okay. What we will do is we will grab all of these here and Shift S and 2. Let's slash back, go to front view. Let's just scale this ever so slightly. So now it should be the same size as our sketch. Not quite. A little more. Not quite. A little more. So that's good. Let's go to solid mode, slash to isolate, to side mode here. So we scaled it so this became almost concave. So let's GY to put it back. Let's make sure that this feels like it's smooth and continuous. It looks like it is. Go to face mode, Control Alt Shift, click that edge to unselect, and GY to pull that back. Let's hit S to scale up again, so there's a bit of a short drop off there. Let's grab this here. Let's hit S, Y, 0, so that just totally flattens out. And hit GY to pull that back. It's too much. Now let's do this one here. Let's go to the viewport display for object. Let's do wireframe and click. Here we go. So now let's put the clear part that bumps out in place. Let's grab both eyes and slash into isolate. Edit mode again. Alt Z to go to X-ray, then like that. Alt Z back. So I'm looking at where this edge is in relation to that clear part. And I think that's okay. So what we can do is we can just pull that forward a bit. Let's go to X-ray mode. And select that, S and Y, and pull that out. Let's actually alt click this and pull it in some. Yeah, like that. Okay, so then let's do this. Let's edit mode, 3 to face mode, A to select everything, and then face and shade smooth. So this way you can see the highlight is kind of like blobbing, like there's a bump here. So that works good. Let's get some reference images for our teeth. Lock this and click our teeth reference. Okay, so this outline here is our teeth reference, like that. So our teeth are a little bit wider than a real human's teeth. However, I do find that if you make the teeth a little bit wider, it fills the mouth a little bit nicer when the characters smile. So I'm going to keep it a little bit wider like that. So these will be pretty simple teeth. Let's grab these. Let's unlock them. Then shift click them, slash to isolate. So what we're going to do is make just the top teeth first, and then we'll just make the basic form of the teeth first and then sculpt it in place. That sounds good. Go like this, X and faces. A to select all. Let's go to modifiers, add modifier and solidify like that. And let's just reduce the thickness, 0.005. Object mode and go to apply. We're going to grab that. X faces, L, X faces. Let's alt click that and F, alt click that and F. Let's go to X-ray, grab those. X and faces, object mode and mirror. Clipping turned on, okay. Take this one too, X and faces, F to fillet. So let's see here. Okay, so what's nice is when we rotated this, we didn't apply the rotation. So if you transform by local, then you can move things straight out, which is good because I want to extrude these teeth straight back. So hit E and then Y. And you can see this now comes straight back, which is nice. So that'll be the back of her teeth. Maybe extrude and Y again a bit more. Something like that. Then let's go to solid mode. So these back teeth are kind of thick. So we will change this to normal and hit G, and it should move it directly normal to that face. So that's kind of molder-ish size. And maybe this is like the, canine kind of area. Hit Control R, click, Control R again, click that and pull it up. R again, pull that down. I think the top teeth are actually taller than the bottom teeth. So let's hit G twice and pull it down. Just kind of guesstimate the height of these teeth to those teeth. Something like that. Yeah, and we'll just delete this one in the middle. But let's do this again. Let's so this part here will be the teeth. This part up here will be the gums. So let's add a loop for the gums. Control R, click, and let's pull it up until it's kind of gum height. Okay, those are the gum lines. And let's add one more gum line. These teeth are getting really heavy already. You can see here, if you go to overlays and turn on statistics, you can see the face counts. Okay, so those are nice lines. Now I'm making these nice lines so that way we can just scale things in like that and like that. And then we're moving in normal. So if you hit G, push the whole thing in. And so this is now like where the teeth meets the gums, it kind of pops out. So we've got that. And then the teeth kind of come in. So let's grab that. And so I'm going to do this, GZ, and pull those in. So it's slightly coming in. Okay, let's go by local and GY. Okay, and these don't line up nicely. Let's double hit G to even that out. You could add another loop there. These might look like flat little teeth, so Control R, Alt S. And let's do the same thing for the inside here. Let's click, Control click, Control click, Control click, then Shift click, Control click, there. And let's hit Alt S to pop these in a bit. So we've got that separation between the teeth and the gums. And then let's click, Control click, and pull these in also. So we've got some angle for the teeth. I think there's absolutely no reason to have this edge here because you are never going to see that. So let's just X and dissolve edges. And that's horrible here because you have a 5-sided. But, well, I don't really care because it's inside the mouth. So, I mean, we could do that. It's a little bit better. Let's go to X-ray and see what the edges of our teeth look like. So that's probably pretty good. It's like thick there, and then it gets kind of bumpy here, and then it should get thinner here. So here, let's make these smaller. And go to edge mode and pop this one in too. Let's spend a little bit of time on the front, like 4 teeth. I think that's important. So let's do this. Let's Alt click that X-ray so we can see what's going on. And the bottom front teeth are actually smaller. So let's see, let's slash isolate, and we will Control drag. So we only have the edge for the front top teeth. So let's double hit G. If you go too much, the teeth look a little odd. Let's just select it so we can kind of visualize. Okay, so that's the front teeth. Let's do the same thing for the bottom front teeth. So Alt click that, X-ray, Control drag. Okay, so we can't see it, so let's do this. Let's just hit H to hide it. Okay, that's better. Let's double hit G and pull in a bit. Then let's make the top teeth a bit wider. Make the bottom teeth a bit smaller. Okay, I think that's good. Let's do the same thing with these. And these. think the front teeth should be a bit wider, like that. So I'm going to shuffle some of these forward too, but we're going to start losing, it's going to start collapsing in on itself. So let's do this. Let's pull these in a bit. And then grab these and pull those in a bit. Okay. Okay, so I think this is pretty good. Okay, let's add some geometry to make the creases between the teeth, and then some geometry to shape this gum line. So let's drag that over here like that. And because this is close to the center and we have a mirror modifier, things tend to go wonky. So let's turn this off for a second. So let's only go this far, and let's kind of shape these and see how it looks, then see what's needed for the rest. Because I don't know if you need this much for the entire set of teeth. Let's make the gum lines. Oops. Click, shift click, shift click. Make sure you're transforming in local, so when you move in Z, it goes in the same axis as these teeth, and just go up like that. And same thing for here, GZ like that. And then let's pull these in a bit. Alt click that, X-ray, and deselect that, and hit G twice and pull it in. Same thing here, so this is a little bit tedious. And again, these are going to be very, very simple teeth. For this type of character, it's pretty stylized. It actually works with it. Okay, so we've got the gum lines in place. And this looks rather flat. Why is that? Feels like this should all be popping out more. So let's move it in GY, yeah. GY like that. And let's push these in. GY like that. The front teeth are super, super sensitive. They're almost like, I find it looks good when it's almost flat. So it takes a little bit of trial and error. So let's move it in just a little bit. So it's super subtle. And these you can go more. And these more. And over here, these teeth get even rounder. Need to go GY and GX because we're coming around this bend. The same thing for here. GX. Let's do the back. Same thing for the back. Just a bit. GY. Get a feel for what our teeth will look like when this is deleted. That's better. So I think that's pretty good. So let's turn on a subdivision surface modifier here, and it's gonna looks really bad, but we can do this. So this, oh God, it's so hard to see. Click this one here. This, I find when you turn that on, it's easier. Okay, click that one there and this one here and type in, well, okay, let's show you. So go to edge and mark sharp, and it should crease it. And then go to edge and edge crease. And if you scroll the mouse in the upper left-hand corner, you can see a value that goes up to +1. Okay, you can do that. And then insert to toggle wireframe, the overlays, and you can see it with it turned off. And now you can see there's a crease at the gum lines. So that's a slow way. Let's Control Z that. So Alt click, Alt Shift click, then type Shift E +1, and then Control Shift E. And so that's the same thing as going through the menu, but it's just faster. Okay, so we're getting some gum lines, which is good. Let's also do the same thing for here. And then Shift click and Control click, Shift click, Control click, Shift click, Control click, Shift E +1, Control Shift E. Okay, we're getting some definition. We can actually take this one off. Shift E -1 and Control Alt E. So what I think we're going to do is we'll have more definition up front, and it's going to vignette out into somewhat of a slab back here. So this way it's not an abrupt transition from defined to undefined. Okay, but let's add some detail back here. Oops. Shift click, Control click, Shift click, Control click, Control Alt click, Control Alt click, Shift E +1, Control Shift E. So let's do this. Let's now delete this, X and faces, and then let's click this edge here. It's hard to see what you're modeling, so you can turn it off. And then we'll hit F to close it up. And same thing for up here. Close that up. Whoops. Okay, so here's a good example of the mirror modifier. So I was hitting F to close it up here. I hit it F again, and you can faintly see a little yellow dot there. So I actually just add a face on the inside of here, and that will screw you up when you're doing operations with the mirror modifier. So that's why it's important to be really sensitive to what's inside your two halves when you're working with the mirror. Okay, let's turn this back on. It's okay. It's not looking great, but let's add some definition. So make sure we're in local mode, GZ. Pull up just a little bit there. And then more there. More here. I think these guys are like sharper. Okay. Same thing for down here. Okay. We're kind of getting some looking teeth. Let's add these creases in here. Shift E +1, Control Shift E. Let's see how it looks with her head back in place here. Oops, let's slash to leave isolate mode and leave edit mode and see, like, okay, looks like teeth. See, you can barely see anything. It's like there's nothing there. Okay, let's isolate again and continue with the rest of the teeth. So it'll be the same thing, but it's kind of like how little can we do to make it look okay? What if we transition to just 2? Let's grab this and do that. And then pop this one in, Alt S. Yeah, that might do it. Let's try it. Unselect those, unselect those. Double hit G like that. So the gums might be kind of weird there. Alt click, Alt Shift click, Alt Z for X-ray. Alt S to pull that in. Okay, like that. Like that. Alt S to pop that in. So I think back here, let's transition to doing more molars. So let's unselect these two. So it only goes inwards, and that didn't work. So let's grab that GZ and pull it down a bit. Pull that up a bit. So this way it's flatter. And then let's kink this one in and leave these back here as flat. Pop that back on. Let's hit L to grab that and GZ. Okay, so these are way too round. We need to make those a lot flatter. But as far as the detail goes, I think it's a nice vignette. It's got detail in the front and vignettes out to just a blob in the back. But you know, you're gonna see, maybe you'll catch a bit of the teeth back here when the person is talking, but not much. 3 to face mode. Let's grab some faces. Let's turn this off. Let's grab these and these. And then shift click those and those, those and those, and these two, and these two. Okay. Then GX and pull that out a bit. Unselect, unselect, GX, and then, okay. Okay, so that feels more like molars. Let's actually enhance the bumpiness of it. GZ like that. Same for up here. I think we need one more bump back here. Okay, so we have nice implied teeth there. 3 for face mode, click, control click, X and faces. Same thing. L to grab everything, GZ to pull this back up. So you need to think, do you want to work with a sub D turned on, or if it turned off? With it turned off, everything gets bigger, so you'd have to move that lower. If you want to do both, you could cut a loop up here, and it'll make the difference much closer at the cost of more geometry. So I think I'll just do that. And also we need to make the bottom teeth smaller. So let's grab that, hit Shift S and 2, L to grab everything, period, and 6 to change that to 3D cursor. And then let's go to the side view and go SY and pull that back like that. then let's do the same thing here. Let's click that, Shift S and 2, L, S, X, and pull that in. Yeah, there. So it's kind of, might actually be a little bit too much, but it's kind of more natural. Oh, and let's fix our clipping here. Let's turn those back on. Alt-click, GX, just to make sure it merges in the middle. Okay, so that's a pretty good base simple teeth. I think we can go through and shape all of this a bit more to make it look a little more natural. But this is a nice simple set of teeth. So what you can do now is you can go through this, just kind of pick parts you want to make look a little bit better. Take your time and work with it so it looks more like what you envision. Okay, we've got teeth. We can barely see any of it, but we've got teeth. Let's click our shaded mode and add some color. So let's make our eyes clear. Let's go to the shading workspace and number pad period to zoom in. Let's go to view, make this 200. And let's configure our workspace better. Okay, so we have the eyes selected. Let's click material, click new, call this eye, clear. Let's see, once we made a new material, it appeared in the shader window. These settings here are the same as the ones over here. Make this 0.4, make the color black. Make the alpha like 0.1 so you can barely see it. Roughness, make this like 0.01 so it's super shiny. And then let's go to the transparency. Okay, on the material, viewport display. So usually you use alpha hashed for transparent things, but for shiny stuff, use alpha blend, and then make this alpha hashed. We had messed with these the eye display somewhere, so we've got these lines. So let's try and find where we changed it. Here we go. Okay, so you can hardly see it, but if you turn up the alpha, you'll see you got shiny stuff and the color's black, but it's almost transparent. Let's do the color part of the eye. So let's number pad period to jump to the clear eye and hide it. Let's delete the old eye. Pick the color eye. Go to the material panel. Click new. We'll call this eye underscore white. You can assign different materials to different parts of the mesh. So if you go to edit mode with tab, A to select all, and click assign. This material is now assigned to all of the faces. Let's mess with this bit. Specular 0.4. That's good enough. This is just temporary. Then let's hit plus and then go to new. We'll call this iris. And let's just pick a color for that. Go to face mode with 3. Alt click, Alt Shift click, and then click, make sure you pick the new color, the iris color. Click assign, and then it assigns a color. Let's make this darker. And then grab the pupil plus, click new, eye, pupil, click assign, and then pick a color. Maybe make the specular lower so it looks a little darker. Okay, let's grab the eyebrows. Click this to duplicate. Okay, pick a color. Let's bring our clear eye back. Okay, so we're kind of getting somewhere. We can add some lipstick too. Let's grab our mesh, edit mode, 3 to face mode, alt click to grab that loop, select M, then Shift R, like that. Let's actually go to X-ray. Maybe we select these also. Select more, one more time, and then select ML for less, and then Shift R, plus for new, call this lips. Let's go to shaded mode, toggle overlays off, pick a color. Let's do this, pick the skin color, and then make it a little more red and assign. Maybe let's lower the roughness a bit. Okay, we forgot to give her a tongue, so let's go and do that. Let's go to edit mode and pick this edge here, Shift S and 2 to drop a 3D cursor. Go back to object mode, Shift A, mesh and cylinder. There we go. Let's make this 8 and rotate 22.5. Scale down. So it's about as wide as the inside of her teeth. So go to global, bounding box center, RX90. Let's hit Control A and rotation, Control A and scale. SZ to scale to kind of a tongue size. Let's kind of put it here like that. Let's make the front of the tongue. Let's do this. Put that there. SZ goes in. So click, shift click, double hit G to pull that back. That looks really funny. Face mode with 3, X and faces. Go back to edge mode, hit FFF, SZ, and let's put a subdivision surface modifier. Okay, it's kind of tongue-like. Do we want to cut that? Let's alt click that, alt shift click that, here, oops, here and here, there and there, SZ, let's alt click that, S to scale it out. Okay, so it's kind of tongue-like. Let's grab these here, go to side view. Let's SY0 to flatten that out. Let's go back into see the rest of our mesh, and then GY RX GZ. So you just pull the tongue down a bit. Let's go to X-ray, grab this. Let's do this. Let's hit Control R to add a loop. And then grab the front of it. Let's go to face mode, grab the tongue over here. And rotate it and just pull that behind the teeth here. Let's go to edge mode with 2, grab this here. Let's rotate it. Grab that there, double hit G, SZ, so it's a bit thinner in front. And I think tongues kind of go concave in the middle. So let's do this. Let's grab these and SX to pull it like that. GZ, okay. GZ and GY. Y. Like that. Let's get rid of these faces. Let's grab these here, and these here, and SX to pull it in. And let's grab these and double hit G to pull that back. You know, this is just kind of fun, just kind of shaping it to make it look good. X-ray, grab those, SX. GY, grab these. Okay, that's kind of tongue-like. Let me get thicker here. Alt, nope, GZ, GY, okay. You know, not super fancy, but you know, it's a tongue. You're not going to see it that much. Let's add a material, look a color. Let's just copy the lips. Ooh. Make it a little bit more ready. X-ray, let's grab these and bring it a bit. Let's see, RX. Call this tongue. And bring back the mirror teeth. Where'd the teeth go? Oh, let's name these. And put it in the right place. Name these too. Turn our mirror back on. Checking out our faces here. I think the forehead is too light and I think the cheek is too light. So let's go in edit mode, Control R and cut. Click escape. Don't need any more for the neck. So it's X and dissolve edges. Let's go here, X, dissolve, delete faces. It's going to leave a vertex here, X, dissolve vertices. And then let's Control R, click, escape, 2 for face mode, and then let's hit F and see what happens. F. I've got the wrong color, Control C that. If you have 2 materials on your mesh, pick the color you want the new faces to be. Okay, I think that's good. And that. Okay, I think that is enough topology for the face. So let's go and just smooth this out. We'll just use all the techniques we've talked about to smooth this out. Yeah, that's going to help the forehead a lot. And again, I tend to collapse the back of the head more so it can fit, you can fit the hair over it. I was thinking maybe add a cut here. So there's 3 loops there, but that part of the face is rather flat. So I think it's actually okay. At this point, the head is basically done. We've got good topology for the entire face. We're roughly following our sketch from the front and the side view. And on its own, it looks good in 3D. The next steps are for us to put on our artistic hats, grab those reference images, and sculpt this to get that final bit of finesse. From here on, there will be nothing new to teach technically. we'll be using the same sculpting and editing tools that we've covered. So sit back and watch for a bit to get a feel for it, and then go and add some life to your model. Thanks for watching. I hope this helped. If you want more character modeling, you can continue with tutorial number 2, making the body. Hope to see you there, and if you can, leave a like or a comment to let me know what you thought, or better yet, support me on Patreon. Thanks. Okay, time to dial this character in. As you continue to work on your character, doing things like making texture maps or creating hair, each of those steps changes how your character looks drastically. And so at those points, it's a good idea to go back and finesse and sculpt your character's face to look good with that new change. In fact, you can keep changing your character's face up until the point where you create a face rig for your character. And even then you can change it a little bit. But after you make facial shape keys, that's when your character's face really gets locked in place. This kind of subtle shaping is slow and not very interesting to learn, but it's an important part of the modeling process. It's where you use your sensitivity and artistry. Interestingly, if you practice drawing people or doing life drawing, learning anatomy, or sculpting in real life, it translates to 3D modeling. It comes down to understanding the forms you're trying to create. So if you want to get better at 3D modeling, practice other stuff. Another way to get better at 3D modeling, or anything for that matter, is doing it again and again and again. Eons ago, when I was in college, I sat alongside talented students and we all matched pace more or less as our concept art skills improved. But after college, the guys who got jobs doing concept art got tremendously better almost instantly because they had to create volumes of concepts quickly, day in and day out. You can do the same thing on your own just by doing what you want to get better at over and over. But it helps if you love it. And if you're hearing this, I'm guessing you do because you've been watching this for probably more than 4 hours. Good job, you are on your way. Someone once asked me how I stay motivated to create, and after I thought about it, I think there's satisfaction when you complete or achieve something. But the trick with very long projects like making a fully functional 3D character, especially when you don't know how to do it, is knowing how to break up steps in small tasks that you can complete, look at, and know that you've achieved a step in getting closer to your overall goal. Maybe you have a vision of being able to create your own 3D character. Model the head? Yeah, I like my character. Model the body. Okay, she's got a body, looks good. Model the hands and feet? Yay, her body is done. Each next step takes work and perseverance, but it's something you've achieved and you can be proud of. You can take that positive vibe and use it as fuel to get to the next step and the next step until you get to your final goal. Sometimes all you need is the very subtlest change of surface, and then at other times the trick is to grab surfaces and move them even further than you could ever possibly think you would need to. It's also important to get the facial features to be spaced out so they look good, and it's a very delicate balance. A lot of people ask about sculpting and retopologizing versus what I'm showing in this tutorial, which is just straight modeling. It's honestly hard to say which is better. I believe that sculpting allows you to, I guess, tap into your inner artistry to create the character's face in this case, versus modeling is much more mechanical or constructive in nature, and so it can kind of kill the artistry. And for some people, I believe this is true. However, I also believe that if you're good at a tool, you can make it do whatever you want it to do. In my case, I use lots of tools, but I'm very comfortable with box modeling or poly modeling, which is why I'm teaching how to do that. And then I'll pull out sculpting to achieve details I can't achieve with box modeling. Alrighty, I think I'll call this done. Let's see what she looks like with some lights. That's always fun. Well, thanks for sticking around until the very end. I'm sure it was as difficult to sit through the entire thing as it was to record it, but here we both are. Happy creating, and see you in the next one.